Chapter 487, Green Hat. _4. Fua, skinny and small, showed tear streaks on his face to the point that it was heartbreaking for Mo family's old lady to watch, especially if what he was saying was all true. Then Li Xianxian was absolutely inhuman. Grandma, I truly don't know these people. Li Xianxian kneeled down and seized the old lattice wrist. Be quiet. The old lady turned her gaze towards Zhou Tianbao and his son, Fua, continuing, You say Li Xianxian is your wife. Do you have any proof? Did you get a marriage certificate? Zhou Tianbao started to calm down. Sun Dalian started living with me when she was 16. We didn't have a marriage certificate back then, but I have this. Having said this, he took out a photograph from his pocket and handed it to the old lady. Although the photo was in black and white, it did not affect its clarity. The people clearly visible in the picture were Li Xianxian and Zhou Tianbao. This picture was taken in the photography studio in town on the day when Li Xianxian and Zhou Tianbao were together. If Li Xianxian had known this day would come, she would never have agreed to take this picture. Even now, she never quite understood, why on earth would she have chosen someone like Zhou Tianbao? Why couldn't she have been reborn earlier? If she had been, she absolutely would not have set eyes on Zhou Tianbao. The moment he saw the photograph, Mo Baichuan's face abruptly changed. Every other piece of evidence could be faked. But the photo could not be. In this era, Photoshop technology has not yet been invented. The others in the audience stretched their necks, straining to get a view of the photograph and whispering amongst themselves. This person is not me. Grandma, this person is not me. Li Xianxian shook her head, her face pale, and pulled at Mo Baichuan's sleeve. Baichuan, believe me. Baichuan. The old lady maintained her composure, continuing, What can a single photograph prove? Li Xianxian currently had the Mo family's legitimate great-grandson in her belly, so the old lady knew she had to tread carefully. Zhou Tianbao said, I know another secret. The old lady said, What secret? Zhou Tianbao cast a glance at Li Xianxian. Sun Dalian has a red birthmark on the left side of her chest. The chest was a private area. Li Xianxian kept denying knowing Zhou Tianbao, so how did he know about this? Mo Baichuan's face darkened, looking incredibly ugly upon realizing he had been duped by Li Xianxian, who fooled him with her virginity claims when he was drunk. A woman who intended to marry into the Mo family while being married and having a child, how deluded could she be? She had utterly humiliated him in front of so many people. As the old lady watched Mo Baichuan's face growing steadily more serious, she became certain that Zhou Tianbao was not lying. Zhou Tianbao went on, If you don't believe me, we can do a blood test. Modern medicine is so advanced, we can also do a DNA test. Sun Dalian truly is my wife, my son's mother. It took so much for our poor family to get a daughter-in-law. I'm begging you, please give her back to me. The old lattice face was grave. She had never dreamed that Li Xianxian would turn out to be such a fickle, ruthless, scheming woman. She still remembered the first time she saw Li Xianxian at the entrance to the normal university. At that time, Li Xianxian had happened to come by and fed her a piece of candy to aid her during a fainting spell brought on by low blood sugar. Li Xianxian claimed she was an orphan with no parents since childhood, which made the old lady feel some pity for her. Gradually, she grew to like the sensible good girl and even had her go to the base to help Mo Baichuan, set them up together. Thinking about it now, she realized it was likely that Li Xianxian had been calculating and using her from the very beginning. Such people were really terrifying. The old lady furrowed her brows. Li Xianxian, now in tears again, grabbed Mo Baichuan's hand. All lies, everything he said is lies. Baichuan, I am carrying your child, you can't abandon me. Zheng Xianjing stepped up to Mo Baichuan, waved off Li Xianxian's hand, and said, Brother Baichuan, don't let her trick you. This kind of fickle woman, whose child she's carrying in her belly, who knows? Li Xianxian was swatted down to the ground where she writhed in pain, clutching her stomach. Zheng Xianjing took out a colored photo from her bag to Mo Baichuan. Brother Baichuan, take a look at this. Mo Baichuan just felt green with rage and disgust. He really wished he could just strangle Li Xianxian right there. Chapter 488, Green Hat. _5. No wonder he had no memories after being drunk, yet Li Ting insisted that he kept holding Li Xiangxian's hand. As it turned out, Li Xianxian and Li Ting had been in cahoots all along. Mo Baichuan clenched his fists, suppressing the rage in his heart. He could never have imagined that his best friend would betray him one day. From Mrs. Mo's point of view, she could see the picture clearly. Her face turned pale instantly, but she held back her anger due to the presence of so many people and told Zhou Tianbao, "Take her away." "Thank you, madam. Thank you, madam." Zhou Tianbao continuously expressed his gratitude, bowing deeply. "Grandma, Grandma, you can't do this. I carry the flesh and blood of the Mo family in my womb." Li Xianxian clung to Mrs. Mo's leg, crying out, "Mom!" Xiu Jiao and Mo Rongping walked up to Mrs. Mo. No matter what, Li Xianxian was carrying the Mo family's child. Even if Li Xianxian really did something wrong, they should let her give birth to the child first. An innocent child. How could they allow their child to be abandoned? The child became Li Xiangxian's last bargaining chip. Mrs. Mo sighed and said to Zheng Xianjing, "Xianjing, show the picture to your uncles and aunts." Upon seeing the picture, disbelief spread across the faces of Xiu Jiao and Mo Rongping. They originally thought that even if Li Xianxian had previously been married and had children, the Mo family couldn't reject the child she carried now. What they didn't expect was that this child wasn't Mo Baichuan's at all. Li Xianxian was just a promiscuous woman. Xiu Jiao, losing her temper, slapped Li Xiangxian's face. Regardless of her good upbringing, she couldn't contain her anger at this moment. "Bitch! You bitch!" Li Xiangxian's head was skewed from the slap, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. She collapsed onto the ground. Her face was as pale as a piece of dry wood. But why did it have to be this way? "Dalian, let's go home." Zhou Tianbao came over and tried to lift Li Xianxian. "Get away!" Li Xianxian glared at Zhou Tianbao. "Don't touch me." Mo Baichuan looked at the security guard nearby, ordering them coldly, "Get her out of here." "Yes, sir." The bodyguards immediately stepped forward, lifting Li Xianxian up by her arms and dragging her away, like she was a dead dog. Li Xianxian was a pregnant woman. How could she possibly resist two men? All she could do was shout out in vain. But no one behind her responded. Zheng Xianjing. It was all because of that bitch Zheng Xianjing. If it were not for her, the wedding would have gone on perfectly today. She should not have underestimated her. She should not have disregarded Zheng Xianjing. She must make Zheng Xianjing pay the price. She must. Mrs. Mo looked at the guests below the stage and apologized. "I'm terribly sorry. Our Mo family failed to discern people's true colors, making all of you witness such a farce. The ruckus for today ends here. Please move to the front hall." The crowd was bustling as everyone moved towards the front hall. After such an incident, they naturally wouldn't want to stay at the Mo household any longer. In a blink of an eye, the previously lively Mo family home became eerily quiet. Mrs. and Mr. Mo, the couple of Mo Rongping and Xiu Jiao, along with the other sons and daughters-in-law of the Mo family, were all sitting solemnly in the living room. This incident had somewhat impacted the reputation of the Mo family. "Where's Chuan Chuan?" Mrs. Mo turned to ask Xiu Jiao. Xiu Jiao sighed. "Chuan Chuan is upset. He should have gone back to his room." Mrs. Mo continued, "I am also to blame for this. If I hadn't forcibly pushed Sun Dalian toward Chuan Chuan in the first place, none of this would have happened." Now that it had come to this, Mrs. Mo was racked with remorse. It was all her fault. She had misunderstood people's intentions. Xiu Jiao said, "Mom, you can't blame yourself, you were just considering Chuan Chuan's interests. The one to blame is Sun Dalian for her deep scheming. She even deceived me." Who would believe that Li Xianxian was such a person if they didn't see it with their own eyes? She hid it too well. Li Xianxian was dragged to the entrance of the Mo family's mansion by the security and Zhou Tianbao. The departing guests, passing by Li Xianxian, had nothing but contempt, mockery, and disdain in their eyes. All kinds of looks were woven together, like a sharp sword. This kind of harm was far more damaging than any verbal attack. Feeling everyone's gaze, Li Xianxian only wanted to hide in a crevice. She was laying on the ground, her hands tightly clenched, gripping a large handful of dirt, her once pristine fingernails stained. Her present appearance bore no resemblance to her former self. She couldn't lose. She couldn't afford to lose. How could Xiaxin lose after all she had strived to achieve to date? She would make Zheng Xianjing meet an awful end. A mocking female voice overhead echoed, "Why is the bride lying on the ground?" Li Xianxian looked up and saw Zheng Xianjing's smug face. Zheng Xianjing bent down and whispered, "Li Xianxian, or rather, I should call you Sundalian now. I told you before, I will marry the person I want to marry. You're no match for me." At last, Li Xianxian had been pulled down from her pedestal. How could Zheng Xianjing not be delighted deep within? Li Xianxian stared at her fixedly, her eyes wide open, as though she intended to dislodge them from her eye sockets. Zheng Lingling walked over from the side, jeering, "Xianjing, why waste time on such a person? You might tarnish your eyes. Let's go." "I'm coming." Zheng Xianjing stood up and walked over to Zheng Lingling. After the mother-daughter duo departed confidently, Li Xianxian stared at their retreating figures, her spiteful gaze as if wanting to pierce through them. "Bitch!" Li Xiangxian's arm was violently pulled up. The one pulling Li Xiangxian's arm was none other than Zhou Tianbao. Li Xianxian was pulled along by him while Zhou Fuwa followed, looking at Li Xianxian with indifference. On reaching Walt Road, Zhou Tianbao locked Li Xianxian in a room and started beating her. "Let go of me. Zhou Tianbao, please let me go." Li Xianxian lay wounded on the ground, pleading with Zhou Tianbao. Hearing this, Zhou Tianbao responded by delivering a vicious kick to Li Xianxian. "Dream on, you wretch. I'll never let you go in this lifetime." Li Xiangxian's white wedding gown had turned black now. News of this event quickly spread throughout Beijing's social circles. The Writers' Association was also swiftly informed. Li Xianxian had quite a reputation in the literary world. An article she had published recently had even amazed the literary community's seniors, leading them to personally commend it. How could someone who could write such excellent articles commit such an act? Where is Li Xianxian now? Bring her over quickly. Such talent is encountered once in 100 years. We simply can't let her just perish. People in the literary world discovered the distraught and ragged Li Xianxian at Walt Road immediately. Upon meeting the literary figures, Li Xiangxian's previously dull eyes brightened. She almost forgot, she had another identity, a writer. In the literary world, Li Xianxian was treated with great respect. For a brief moment, it seemed like Li Xianxian returned to her glorious days of old. In those few days, Li Xianxian produced another masterpiece of 30,000 words in a single stride and planned to submit it to the chairman after revising. In the chairman's office. "Mr. Chairman, there is a gentleman calling himself Mr. Mo outside, along with a little girl who wishes to see you." The chairman of the literary world was a very kind middle-aged man. Hearing this, he put down his pen and asked, "What do they want from me?" The assistant hesitated, then said, "It's about plagiarism. In this circle, plagiarism is a major concern." The chairman immediately said, "Bring them in to see me right away." Chapter 489. Continuous Face Slapping. _1. As it was a matter of plagiarism, the chief took the meeting with great seriousness. The visitors appeared to be a father and daughter duo. The man was elegant and handsome, with an invisible aura that demanded attention. The child he held by the hand was exquisite. Yet still, whenever glimpsed through the eyes of the child, it was the man who reflected through. It was no one else but Emo Chishin and Emo Hudi. "Hello." The chief greeted first. He had met countless people in his life, and he could tell this man was not ordinary. "Hello, Chief Lu." The man nodded slightly. "Please sit." The chief turned to the assistant. "Go and pour Mr. Emo some tea." "All right." The assistant turned to make the tea. Emo Chishin didn't immediately respond to the Chief Lu. Instead, he introduced, "This is my niece Emo Hudi, pen name Butterfly Fly." Pen name Butterfly Fly? This little girl looked to be under 10. Was she already writing at such a young age? Emo Hudi greeted politely. Hello, Uncle Chief. Hello, little butterfly fly. Within their circle, everyone referred to each other by their pen names. At this, Chief Lu turned again to Emo Chishin. May I ask, Mr. Emo, are you here to defend little butterfly fly? Despite having not introduced his own pen name, Emo Chishin first introduced Emo Hudi, hinting that he was here for her, not himself. At this point, Chief Lu was becoming curious. What type of work could come from someone so young as Mo Hudi? Emo Chishin nodded slightly, handing over 2 prepared notebooks to Chief Lu. You will understand if you take a look at these. The notebooks were thick with writing, innocent scribbles maturing to graceful, spirited handwriting, tracking the growth of a little girl. Chief Lu read with great concentration, his face growing more rigid. Does Chief Lu think he's seen these somewhere before? Emo Chishin interjected at the right time. These were all written by Butterfly Fly? Chief Lu was both shocked and incredulous. Yes. Emo Chishin nodded. Chief Lu continued, but these are the works of Li Xianxian, one of our association's authors. This was before the internet and communication was not as developed. The distribution of literary works depended on newspapers and physical publications. There had been instances of plagiarism, albeit a small percentage. It would have been believable if Emo Hudi was accused of plagiarizing Li Xianxian, but vice versa was indeed hard to fathom. After all, Emo Hudi was merely a preteen girl. Ordinarily, a child of her age could barely read, let alone produce works of such caliber. With a steady expression, Mo Chishin said, it was Li Xianxian who stole Xiao Dai's works. Chief Liu's face darkened. That's impossible. He had always admired Li Xianxian's talent, he was a fan, he simply could not accept that she would plagiarize. Observing Chief Liu's thoughts, Emo Chishin continued, Chief Liu, you must not dismiss her talent simply due to Xiao Dai's age. These works are all products of Xiao Dai's hard work. I've heard that Chief Liu is a person who values talent, and I hope you can be objective in handling this. Chief Liu adjusted the glasses on his nose. I can't label Li Xianxian as a plagiarizer based on your one-sided account. We need to investigate this matter. Plagiarism is serious. It shouldn't be decided lightly. Also, Mo Hudi's works hadn't been published yet, whereas Li Xianxian's work had already been in circulation for several months. If you were to pinpoint someone as plagiarizing, it would seem that Mo Hudi was the one who plagiarized. Suggesting that Li Xianxian plagiarized was a claim that didn't hold water. Emo Chishin frowned. I understand Chief Liu's concern. The reason Xiao Dai's works have not been published is due to a health issue. She has been bedridden for a while. It is during this period that Li Xianxian plagiarized Xiao Dai's original work and beat us to publication. Mo Chishin quickly summarized Mo Hudi's situation to Chief Liu. Mr. Mo, everything requires evidence. You claim Li Xianxian plagiarized, and she can sue you for defamation. There's no evidence of plagiarism, but the defamation is a fact. These are the works that Xiao Dai created a year ago. They are now under review for publication by Yipin Literature Publishing House. Emo Chishin handed over a document. Chief Liu was shocked as he looked through the handed documents. He found it hard to believe that this work came from the hands of a child in her early teens. Did you really write this? Chief Liu crouched down to eye level with Emo Hudi. Chapter 490, Constant Face Slapping. _2. Emo Hudi nodded. Chair Liu continued, Can you tell me, what was your initial intention in writing this piece? Emo Hudi responded, When I was writing this article, I was seriously ill, being tormented daily. The most relaxed time during the day was probably when I was writing. Reality was too cruel, so I filled my words with all the beautiful things. I hope there's no illness in this world, and everyone is happy. In Emo Hudi's words, there was not a trace of negativity towards life. If one didn't witness her plight firsthand, it would be hard to believe that such resonant prose actually came from a little girl bedridden with illness. Chair Liu was taken aback. At this moment, there was a knock at the door. Chair Liu stood up, adjusted his glasses and said, Come in. The person outside the door came in and walked up to Chair Liu, handing him a document. Chair, this is a manuscript that Comrade Li Xianxian stayed up all night to complete. As Chair Lu put a lot of emphasis on Li Xianxian, all her new works were delivered to him as soon as they were completed. Chair Lu reached out to take the document. After flipping through a few pages, his face suddenly turned unsightly. Because the work that Li Xianxian just completed was exactly the same as the work that Mo Hudi had written a year ago. Yet, many sentences in Li's piece lacked the beauty of Hudi's original and had a forced, pieced-together feel. If Chair Lu hadn't seen Mo Hudi's original manuscript, he would definitely be awed by Li Xianxian's genius once again. But now, Chair Lu felt embarrassed and angry. Unexpectedly, the author he personally promoted turned out to be a plagiarist. Chair Lu placed the document on the desk and said, "You go out first." The assistant was stunned. Chair Liu's reaction was too calm. Didn't he intend to praise Li Xianxian? What about the publication fee and the prize money? If it were in the past, Chair Lu would definitely lavish Li Xianxian with praise. "You go out first." Chair Lu repeated. "Oh, okay." The assistant finally reacted and turned to leave the room. After the assistant left, Chair Lu looked at Mo Qixin and said apologetically, "Mr. Mo, rest assured, I will definitely seek justice for Hudi." Chair Liu's change from addressing Hudi as kid to comrade suggested his acknowledgement of Mo Hudi. "All right," Mo Qixin nodded. "I trust in Chair Liu's handling of matters." Chair Lu went on, "Also, could these original manuscripts stay with me for a few days?" "Of course." Mo Qixin continued, "Then I will not bother Chair Lu anymore. Shall we say goodbye to Chair Lu?" "Goodbye, Chair Lu." After Mo Qixin and Mo Hudi left, Chair Lu compared Mo Hudi's other works with Li Xianxian's work again. Before he had only skimmed through it briefly and didn't notice any differences. But now, having made a comparison, the quality was immediately distinguishable. Li Xianxian's work only copied the rough idea, but didn't capture the essence. Whereas Mo Hudi's work was authentic and original. Chair Lu was very angry. All his life he appreciated talent and held great expectations for Li Xianxian, but he never thought Li Xianxian would plagiarize. Li Xianxian was waiting in her room for Chair Liu's praise. Seeing the assistant return empty-handed, with no sign of Chair Lu following behind, she asked curiously, "Wu Li, why did you come back alone? Where's Chair Lu?" Wu Li was also puzzled. "There was someone in Chair Liu's office when I went there." Li Xianxian continued, "So did Chair Lu see my work?" "Yes." Wu Li nodded. "Then did Chair Lu say anything?" Li Xianxian asked. "No." Wu Li answered truthfully. Strange. Li Xianxian slightly furrowed her brows. Given Chair Liu's appreciation of her work, he shouldn't have remained silent. Could it be that Chair Lu was stunned by her talent? Perhaps he will personally come over to congratulate her in a while? That must be it. After all, her writings are groundbreaking masterpieces that shock the literary circle. Probably, in the entire circle, there are few who could compare with her. Wu Li went on, "If there's nothing else, then I'll go first." "All right." Li Xianxian nodded. After Wu Li left, Li Xianxian stayed in the room waiting for Chair Liu's arrival. As dusk fell, there was finally a knock on the door outside. Chapter 491. Continuous Face Slapping. _3. It's definitely Chairman Lu. Li Xianxian's heart jumps with joy. She stands up immediately to open the door. The visitor indeed is Chairman Lu, and he is followed by a few senior members of the literary circle. Chairman Lu, esteemed seniors, Li Xianxian greets them with a smile. "I'm just a young newbie in the literary world. I am unworthy of such attention from the chairman and the seniors." Before Li Xianxian can finish her sentence, Chairman Lu interrupts her, his expression cold, and throws 2 notebooks onto the table. "What are these?" The sudden change in Chairman Liu's attitude freezes the smile on Li Xianxian's face. She picks up the notebooks, flips through a few pages, and her face turns pale. Isn't this the original manuscript of Mo Hudi? How did it end up in Chairman Liu's hands? She can't panic, she needs to calm down. She published her work 2 months ago. She is the original author. These were written by her late into the night, through painstaking effort. Mo Hudi has nothing to do with her work. Angry, Li Xianxian voices out. Someone has plagiarized me. Chairman, you have to take a stand for me. Chairman Lu furrows his eyebrows. Are you sure they plagiarized you, and not the other way around? Li Xianxian insists. No, not me. I published it 2 months ago. It's clear that she plagiarized me. I am the original author. Who could I copy from? Li Xianxian's argument hinges on the fact that she was the first to publish. Since she knew from her past life that Mo Hudi had a reputation in the world of literature, she tried to approach the Mo family while simultaneously plotting against Mo Hudi. Only when Mo Hudi is gone can she be at ease. This was her reason for orchestrating the Divine Doctor from Jiangnan to treat Mo Hudi. The Divine Doctor had a feud with the Mo family. So, even if Mo Hudi were to die under his treatment, it wouldn't be related to her. As expected, the Divine Doctor didn't disappoint Li Xianxian. However, things took a turn because of Ni Yang. If not for Ni Yang's meddling, Mo Hudi would have died long ago. A senior standing next to Chairman Lu addresses her. Li Xianxian, we have already scrutinized both your work and Hudi's. You, of all people, should be very clear about who copied whom. The difference between an original and a copy is clear to the eyes of an expert. I didn't copy anything. You're defaming me. I published my work before Hudi. How can you assert that I copied? Then how do you explain this? Chairman Lu throws Li Xianxian's recent work onto the table. Your manuscript was finished in haste these past few days, whereas Hudi's work was completed a year ago. Moreover, her manuscript was submitted to the Yipin Literary Publishing House over a week ago. Li Xianxian's eyes widened. It was Hudi who stole my original manuscript. The Mo family is trying to frame me. Chairman, please don't be fooled by them. I have not plagiarized anything. All my works are original ideas, and have nothing to do with anyone else. Another senior shakes his head in defeat. Li Xianxian, stop struggling in vain. Your plagiarism isn't even subtle, and your work is dull. It can't be compared to Hudi's original manuscript. Anyone with discerning eyes can tell who copied whom. Chairman Lu continues. Li Xianxian, from now on, you're no longer a part of the literary circle. On behalf of the Association of Authors, we revoke all your author privileges and honors. Henceforth, you won't be able to publish any books. In other words, Li Xianxian has been completely blacklisted in the literary world. Li Xianxian's face turns from pale to ghostly white. I didn't plagiarize, Chairman, I really didn't. Chairman Lu speaks with disappointment. Please leave. Another senior member voices out angrily. You still don't know how to repent. Li Xianxian, you are a disgrace to our literary world. But how could Li Xianxian simply leave? The literary circle is her only sanctuary now. If she leaves, wouldn't that indirectly admit to her plagiarism? But she didn't plagiarize. Allegations of plagiarism can be a big deal. Once it's published in the newspaper, it can even affect her education. As Li Xianxian refuses to leave, Chairman Lu is left with no choice but to call the security. Li Xianxian is thrown out on the street, still clinging to her luggage. The streetlights are not very bright at this time. It's pitch dark at night. Li Xianxian sits under the streetlight, sobbing with her head in her hands. When did her life start to take such a dreadful turn? Over the years, all her hard work has paid off and things were beginning to look up. Chapter 492. Continuous face slapping. _4. As one who had been reborn, she couldn't believe she had lost to a green teenager like Ni Yang. Ni Yang? No, that's not right. Li Xianxian suddenly opened her eyes wide, certain that Ni Yang was not the same Ni Yang from before. Ni Yang had also been reborn. Everything has been planned by Ni Yang. They were both reborn. Why on earth was Ni Yang able to come out of that small mountain village and live a carefree life, while she had to endure all these troubles? Fate was utterly unjust. Li Xianxian clenched her fists tightly. What should she do now? At that moment, Li Xianxian suddenly remembered that she was pregnant. The father of the child was Li Tingji. Although the Li family was no match for the Mo family, and Li Tingji was not as good as Mo Baichuan, the Li family was also a wealthy family. Li Tingji was so fond of her that she might be able to rise again with his help. With that in mind, Li Xianxian headed towards the nearby phone booth to call Li Tingji to pick her up. But the one who answered the phone was always Li Yanran. Not only did she not let Li Tingji answer the phone, but she also mocked Li Xianxian from the other end of the line. Helpless, Li Xianxian had to go to the Li family casa in person to find Li Tingji. The servants at the Li household were also less enthusiastic than before and did not even bother to extend the usual courtesy. Sorry, our young master has no time to meet insignificant persons. Insignificant person? Li Xianxian frowned slightly. Insignificant? Let Tingji come out and see me now. Be careful or Tingji will make you regret wasting my time. Hearing this, the servant's face changed. Who in the Li family didn't know that Li Tingji treated Li Xianxian like his treasure? Just as the servants hesitated, Li Yanren came out. Oh, who do we have here? It is actually Mo Baichuan's fiancé, Sun Dalian. A simple sentence, it was full of mockery. Li Xianxian swallowed her anger. Where's Tingji? I want to see him. Her turn will comes. The first person she's going to deal with when she gets married into the Li family is Li Yanran. Sun Dalian, if I were you, I'd have dug a hole and crawled into it. How can you still have the face to come find my brother? I'm pregnant with your brother's child. Li Xianxian dropped a bombshell. This child would be the first child of the Li family, and Li Tingji was so fond of her. He wouldn't possibly deny his own child. She did not believe that Li Yanran could ignore this news. Li Yanran snorted coldly, my brother's child? That's hilarious. Sun Dalian, do you really think my brother picks up scraps? Get lost. Or you'll keep making a fool of yourself. Even if the child Li Xianxian was carrying was truly Li Tingzi's, the Li family would never admit it. Li Xianxian was nothing more than a notorious and evil woman. The Li family would never ruin its reputation and destroy its future. Enraged, Li Xianxian said, Li Yanran, the child in my belly is Tingzi's first baby. If there is any accident, can you bear the responsibility? Who knows whose bastard that is? Li Yanran mocked. Sun Dalian, do you really think you're some sought-after prize? You're nothing but an unwanted rat. Where are the security? Get this woman out of here. Li Xianxian tried to resist. Li Yanran, how dare you treat me this way? If Tingji knew about this, he wouldn't let you off. It was unbearable. These people were just unbearable. They dared to treat her like this behind Li Tingzi's back. Hold on. Li Yanran lifted her hand lightly, and the security guards instantly stopped and looked back at her. Li Yanran continued, since you are so longing to see my brother, I will fulfill your wish. Xiaofeng, go upstairs and call my brother down. Yes, miss. Xiaofeng nodded, turned around and climbed up the stairs. Before long, Li Tingji came down from upstairs. Seeing Li Tingji, Li Xianxian's eyes lit up instantly, and she rushed to him. Tingji. This time, the security guards didn't stop her. Li Xianxian had a belly full of grievances to pour out to Li Tingji. However, Li Tingji swung away Li Xianxian with one hand, shouting angrily, Get lost. You disgust me. Li Xianxian was knocked to the ground. She looked at Li Tingji in disbelief and cried out in anguish, Tingji, don't you recognize me? Xianxian. Li Tingji never expected that one day he would be deceived so badly by a woman. Everything about Li Xianxian was fake. Her talent was a sham. Chapter 493. Continuous Face Slapping. _5. Her name was a sham. Even her chastity was a sham. For this counterfeit woman, he ended his brotherly friendship with Mo Baichuan that had lasted over 20 years. He was filled with regret. Regret for his poor judgment of character. When Ni Yang had warned him, he should have investigated Li Xianxian thoroughly. If he had shown just a hint of caution towards Li Xianxian, he wouldn't have been deceived so horribly. Now, the mere thought of their one night together made him sick to his stomach. Li Tingji couldn't bear to look at Li Xianxian for a second longer and turned to leave. With her arms crossed and looking down on Li Xianxian, Li Yanran said, Sun Dalian, are you finally ready to give up now? Li Xianxian collapsed on the ground, her face deathly pale. clawing at the mud with both hands. It didn't matter if the Li family refused to acknowledge her now. Once she gave birth to the child, they would have no choice but to acknowledge her. Just 9 more months. She would surely make a comeback. Li Xiangxian's hand rested on her lower belly, determination flashing in her eyes. Night fell. Li Xianxian spent the night huddled by the roadside. Passers-by who saw her screamed in fright. The shrill sound of ambulance sirens followed soon after. When Li Xianxian woke up again, her vision was filled with white, and the smell of medicine filled her nostrils. Was this the hospital? Why was she in the hospital? At that moment, a sharp pain shot through her abdomen. You've just come out of surgery, you can't move around. A nurse's voice floated in her ear. Surgery? Li Xianxian looked at the nurse with a face drained of color. Why did I have surgery? The nurse said, you had a miscarriage and have just undergone a dilation and curettage procedure. Do you have any family? They need to come and cover the cost of the surgery and hospitalization. Miscarriage? Li Xianxian grabbed the nurse's arm, her voice frantic. Why did I miscarry? Where is my child? Give me back my child. She had lost everything now. Her only hope was the child. But now, with her child gone too, what could she use to bind the Li family to her? Was all this just a nightmare? No matter what, Li Xianxian couldn't accept the reality. The nurse said, please calm down. You had already miscarried when you were brought in last night. But how could Li Xianxian stay calm? She made a scene, breaking down in tears, completely out of control. You're all scheming against me. You want to harm me. Give me back my child. Having no other choice, the nurse injected Li Xianxian with a tranquilizer, which finally quieted her. The next day, an article about Li Xianxian plagiarizing from Mo Hudi was published in the newspapers. Just like that, the name Butterfly rocketed to fame in the literary world. Many literati and authors all visited the Mo family to meet this child prodigy. Mo Hudi also enjoys talking to these scholars. Though her physical age is only in her teens, her intellectual age is several times that of an adult. She finds common topics of discussion with these scholars and men of letters. The Mo family elders were both relieved to realize at this point that Li Xianxian had intentionally brought in the divine doctor from Jiangnan to treat Mo Hudi. From the very beginning, she wanted to kill Mo Hudi so she could freely plagiarize Mo Hudi's work. Mo's grandmother regretted it deeply. Shout I'm sorry, your grandma nearly caused your death. It's like I brought back a venomous snake. Looking back, it's still hair-raising. If Ni Yang had not come to Mo Hudi's rescue at that time, Mo Hudi would already be dead. Thankfully, there was Ni Yang. Mo Hudi, understanding, replied, Grandma, to err is human. You don't need to blame yourself. Look at me, I am all right now, aren't I? Mo's grandmother held Mo Hudi so tight, tears streaming down her face. Mo Chishan patted his mother's back. Mom, it's all in the past. There's no need to be so sad. Wiping the tears from her face, Mo's grandmother said, Yes, I am not sad. I am happy. Thankfully, we met Yang Yang, otherwise Xiaodai might have been killed by that Sundalian. Mo Chishan nodded. We really need to thank Yang Yang. If it weren't for Yang Yang noticing Xiaodai's talent and reminding me to find a teacher for her, we might still be kept in the dark. Once the issue of plagiarism drags on for a period of time, it becomes difficult to handle. Mo's grandma said, Yang Yang is like a lucky star for our Mo family. Chishan, you can't bully her. If I find you bullying Yang Yang, see if I don't break your legs. Mo Chishan was all smiles. Am I still your son? If you weren't my own son, would you be treated like this? Mo's grandma continued, Chishan, I am not kidding with you. You have to listen to Yang Yang. Do whatever she says. You can't make her mad, got it? Mo Chishan pretended to feel aggrieved. Mom, as a man, I should be standing tall and firm. How can I be controlled by a young girl? Mo's grandmother scolded him. You think you're standing tall and firm? If I tell you to listen to Yang Yang, you listen to her. If you dare to get her mad, don't even think about coming back home. What if she is being unreasonable? Mo Chishan asked. Mo's grandmother snapped back. Yang Yang is such a good girl, how can she be unreasonable? If there's any mistake, it must be yours. Mo Chishan, he must be the picked-up child. Mo's grandfather added from the side, your mother is right, Yang Yang is a good girl, she won't act unreasonably. You should listen to Yang Yang. You are grown up now, and you're often so casual, what does that look like? Yang Yang is so outstanding, if you don't buck up, how can you deserve her? Mo Chishan laughed it off. Yang Yang is not so superficial, she likes me the way I am. Not only does Yang Yang like the way he is, she also wants to support him financially. I think you need to be beaten. Mo's grandpa smacked Mo Chishan's leg with his walking stick. The old man was genuinely worried. Seeing that Ni Yang kept getting better, while Mo Chishan remained the same, he was afraid that one day Ni Yang would look down upon Mo Chishan. Mo Chishan jumped and cried out, Dad, you're serious about this? Mo's grandfather said angrily, you think I'm joking with you? If you dare to make Yang Yang angry, this won't be the last time. Then he added, do you have enough money recently? I have plenty, Dad. Mo Chishan replied seriously, you don't have to worry about money. Mo's grandfather didn't quite trust him, as in everyone's eyes, Mo Chishan was just an unemployed person. Your old man won't laugh at you. Are you feeling awkward? His grandfather handed a bank card to Mo Chishan while speaking. Young people dating nowadays need to go out, watch movies, and occasionally buy little gifts. Money runs out quickly. Mo's grandfather wouldn't want Mo Chishan to be distressed about money. Our family is rich, no need to feel awkward. The Mo family certainly had more than enough money to support Mo Chishan. Mo Chishan said helplessly, Dad, I really do have money and I have my own business. His grandpa simply didn't believe him. He remembered that Mo Chishan once took the elder members of the family to tour his company base. But both of the elders refused to believe what they saw, insisting that it was a performance set up by Mo Chishan. Mo Chishan was also helpless. You think your old man would laugh at you? His grandfather forcefully handed him the card, just take it. Otherwise, it'll break your leg. Chapter 494. Repeat, Li Xianxian goes to prison _1. Out of helplessness, Mo Chishan could only accept it. Only then did old master Mo feel satisfied. At this moment, Mo Baichuan walked in from outside and respectfully greeting, Grandpa, Grandma, sixth uncle. Chuan Chuan is back. Old Madam Mo greeted with a beaming smile, are you tired? Have you eaten yet? I have eaten. Mo Baichuan answered, turning to head upstairs. The incident with Li Xianxian seemed to have had little effect on Mo Baichuan. He went about his daily routine as usual, work, eat, but compared to before he was much more reticent. He wore a stern face all day, as if someone owed him a huge sum of money. Watching Mo Baichuan's figure disappear up to the third floor, old Madam Mo heaved a sigh. Old Master Mo also looked a little upset. If it weren't for them, Mo Baichuan wouldn't have experienced all this. They owed their eldest grandson an apology. Mom, Dad, don't blame yourselves over this matter. Mo Chishan walked over, wrapping an arm around old Master Mo and old Madam Mo's shoulders. Ultimately, Mo Baichuan was also to blame for this. He had shunned their advice, stubbornly trusting Li Xianxian. Before the wedding, Mo Chishan had specifically advised Mo Baichuan. June 23rd. The day National College entrance examination results were announced. In the era without internet, one had to personally go to school to check the results. Early in the morning, the campus was packed with students who had come to check their results, and Li Wei was one of them. Li Wei. The homeroom teacher walked up to Li Wei, beaming. Teacher Yin. Teacher Yin continued, Li Wei, congratulations. You scored an impressive 510 marks in the college entrance examination. The total score for the college entrance examination was 650 points. Scoring 510 points was indeed quite remarkable. This was, after all, the 1980s. Everyone who managed to get into college was considered exceptional. Moreover, a score of 510 points was enough to pass the first-tier college cutoff. Li Wei certainly had a promising future ahead. However, Li Wei was a bit disappointed. Only 510 points. He had originally planned to apply for a 985 top-notch university, but with this score, he couldn't even meet the cutoff for 211 universities and would only manage a regular first-tier college, let alone a top-tier one. Ni Young scored a high 645 points in the previous transfer student examination. How was he to compete with Ni Young? For the college entrance examination, Li Wei had put in enormous effort, barely eating or sleeping for 2 months straight. But the result was that he scored 135 points less than Ni Young. If Ni Yang's score was considered for the college entrance examination, she could choose any prestigious university in the country and could even go to a reputed university abroad. He had worked so hard, how could it be that he was outdone by a self-taught individual? Li Wei was very upset as he asked, "Teacher Yin, who had the best score in our class?" Teacher Yin replied, "The college examination paper was too difficult this time. The highest scorer in our class is you. The top scorer in our school is Wu Dajuan from class 16, who scored 599 points." Upon hearing this, Li Wei felt even worse. He and Wu Dajuan were elementary school classmates. Back then, Wu Dajuan didn't have good grades and frequently failed Chinese and mathematics. Unexpectedly, he was outperformed by Wu Dajuan in the college entrance examination. Feeling guilty, Li Wei said, "I'm sorry, Teacher Yin. I didn't do well this time and failed your expectations." Teacher Yin smiled and said, "No, no, no. Li Wei, you've done well enough." Li Wei had always been his promising student. A score of 510 was within Teacher Yin's expectations, indicating that Li Wei hadn't performed poorly. Moreover, the examination paper this time was particularly difficult. Li Wei then asked, "Oh yes, Teacher Yin, can I see the test paper from the last transfer student examination?" "Why would you want to see that?" Teacher Yin was puzzled. Li Wei said, "A friend of mine wants to take the transfer student examination next year, so I wanted to show him this year's questions." Teacher Yin nodded. "Oh, I see. Then come with me." Li Wei followed Teacher Yin's footsteps. There were a few teachers chatting in the office. One of them asked, "Hey, old Sue, why haven't we seen that dark horse from your class lately?" Teacher Sue asked, "You mean Ni Yang?" "Yes, sir." Teacher Sue smiled. "That child has a special family situation, so she doesn't come to school on regular days, only showing up for examinations." Teacher Wang looked surprised. "Does not attending school still qualify one as a student?" "Old Sue, isn't this child overly arrogant? Does she think that just because she ranked first in the transfer student examination, she doesn't need to attend school? The pen is mightier than the brain, you know." Another teacher said, "Ni Yang is a student with great potential. Old Sue, you must pay close attention to her. We must not let such a promising student who can get into a top college go to waste." Chapter 495. Repeat, Li Xianxian goes to prison _2. Teacher Wang nodded, I know what I'm doing." Teacher Yin walked in with Li Wei, and Li Wei heard all the conversation inside. He also thought that Ni Yang was too arrogant. How could one not come to school for classes? "Teacher Sue, can you lend me the exam paper of Ni Yang, the transfer student from your class last time?" Teacher Yin came to Teacher Zu's desk with Li Wei. "Sure." As Teacher Sue was searching for the exam paper, he asked, "What do you need it for?" Teacher Yin replied with a smile, "A friend of Li Wei in our class is planning to take the transfer examination next year, so he wants to see the exam paper." A teacher immediately remarked, "Teacher Yin, Li Wei from your class did a good job. 510 marks would be enough for him to get into a key university. Li Wei, congratulations." "Thank you, Teacher Zhao." Li Wei, who was feeling down, didn't have any smile on his face. However, the other teachers interpreted his expression as proof of his ability to stay calm and not show off despite his exceptional performance. Teacher Zhao patted Yin's shoulder and said earnestly, "The transfer student introduced by Li Wei should not be bad, Teacher Yin. You must take this opportunity. Don't let what happened with Ni Yang happen again." All the teachers in the office felt heartbroken for Teacher Zhang Chong for missing out on a potential key university student. Teacher Yin laughed and said, I will be teaching new first-year students next term, so the transfer students won't have much to do with me. Teacher Wang immediately chimed in, I am going to teach third years next year, so Li Wei, do tell me about the academic performance of your friend joining as a transfer student. Li Wei casually said, their grades are average and should be able to pass the exam. Upon hearing this, Teacher Wang lost most of his enthusiasm. He needed a dark horse. At this moment, Teacher Su found Ni Yang's paper. The paper consisted of 8 sections. All the answers for mathematics, English, history, chemistry, and biology were correct. Then, Ni Yang lost 3 marks for a fill-in-the-blank question in the Chinese section, and lost 1 mark each in political science and physics, scoring a total of 645 marks. In addition, her handwriting was neat, making the paper tidy and pleasant to inspect. Teacher Su handed the paper to Li Wei and lamented, Ni Yang's foundation is solid. It's a pity that she lost 3 marks for the fill-in-the-blank question in the Chinese section. Normally, more mistakes are made in reading comprehension. It is rare to see mistakes like Ni Yang's in fill-in-the-blank questions. After all, answers to fill-in-the-blank questions usually come from rote learning and can be mastered with some effort. Thank you, Teacher Su. Li Wei expressed his gratitude, then asked, Teacher Su, may I take this paper home for my friend to study? Teacher Su readily agreed, you may. Li Wei thanked him again. Teacher Su nodded. After Li Wei left, he kept praising Li Wei for his maturity to Teacher Yin. Meanwhile, as soon as Li Wei got home, Li Dongliang and Qian Jinfeng rushed over to greet him. Xiao Wei, how did you do in your exam? 510 marks, Li Wei answered gloomily. 510 marks. Li Dongliang and Qian Jinfeng were both overjoyed at the news. Li Dongliang asked, is this score enough to get into a key university? Xiao Wei, which school are you planning to apply to? To get into a key university. At that time, even a fresh graduate from an ordinary university could secure a secure job. 3 generations of the Li family were all farmers. Li Dongliang never dreamed that his family could produce a university student. It was like good luck had struck the ancestral grave. Qian Jinfeng could not contain her smile. Xiao Wei, where is your report card? Let me see it quickly. Li Wei handed over his report card to Qian Jinfeng, and then turned around to go into the room. Li Dongliang and Qian Jinfeng held the score report, 510 marks. It's really 510 marks. I'm not dreaming. Our son is really incredible. The couple went around showing off their son's report card to their neighbors and discussed when to host a celebration party. For an ordinary family, producing a college student was a big deal and it was worth celebrating. Li Wei carefully examined Ni Yang's paper in his room. He found that the transfer student exam was quite easy. If he had taken the exam, his score would not have been lower than Ni Yang's. So, he made a bold decision. He decided to forego his current college entrance exam score and choose to retake the exam. With his current performance, if he repeated a year, his score next year would definitely top Ni Yang's and he might even become the top scorer in the college entrance exam. Before meeting Ni Yang, Li Wei would have been satisfied with his score of 510. But after meeting Ni Yang, he was no longer satisfied with a 510. Chapter 496. Repeat, Li Xianxian goes to prison _3. Ni Yang's various conditions are all superior to his. If his grades can't surpass Ni Yang's, then what face does he have to stand with Ni Yang? They all say that a girl's IQ will decline after a certain age. By the time Ni Yang takes the college entrance exam next year, she will be 19 years old. At that time, she will definitely not surpass him. So, he must choose to repeat a year. Only then can he outdo Ni Yang. Li Wei put down his exam paper and walked downstairs. In the living room, Li Dongliang was discussing with Qian Jinfeng about when to throw a party. Dad, Mom. What's wrong, son? Qian Jinfeng asked with concern. Do you want to eat something? Let Mom cook it for you. No. Li Wei shook his head and then said, Dad, Mom, I don't think I did well on this exam. I might have underperformed. Li Dongliang laughed and said, Xiao Wei, I have asked around. You scored the highest in our whole street. The neighbor Wang Long only scored a little over 390 points, which is not even enough to be placed in the 4th class, he can barely get into a 3rd-tier university. Absolutely. Qian Jinfeng chimed in. Your cousin also took the exam this year. I called your aunt and asked. He only scored a little over 300 points too. I heard the exam was particularly difficult this year. We are overjoyed that you scored 510 points. Describing Li Wei as the golden phoenix of the Li family is not an exaggeration at all. Li Wei said very seriously, Dad, Mom, I've made up my mind. I want to retake the exam. I hope you can support me. What? Li Dongliang thought he was hallucinating. I want to retake the exam. Li Wei emphasized each word. Qian Jinfeng touched Li Wei's forehead. Son, do you have a fever? That's more than 500 points after all. A score that most people cannot reach. Repeating a year sounds easy. If luck isn't on his side, he may not even get 510 points. That would be really embarrassing. Li Wei said very firmly, Mom, I don't have a fever. I'm very clear-headed. I want to retake the exam. Why? Li Dongliang asked. Qian Jinfeng was also looking at Li Wei with great anticipation. Li Wei continued, because my ideal score is above 620 points, and my desired universities are Tsinghua University and Beijing University. Mom, Dad, please support my decision to retake the exam. No, I don't agree. Li Dongliang disagreed. For Li Dongliang, just being able to attend a first-tier university was very satisfying. There was absolutely no need to retake the exam for a 985 project university. Mom doesn't agree either. It's a waste of time and tuition to repeat a year. What if you fail the exam? Won't that make our family the laughingstock? For Qian Jinfeng, that seemed like too much of a risk, so she refused. Moreover, at this time, there was no tuition-free policy. To repeat senior 3-year, it would cost 200 yuan for tuition and textbooks, not to mention other miscellaneous expenses. With these 200 yuan, wouldn't it be better spent on buying big spare ribs for dinner? This hardware store run by the Li family had an annual income of less than 3,000 yuan. Mom, Dad, with 510 points, I can only attend an average first-tier university. After graduation, I won't even be able to find a good job. But 985 project universities are different. With a degree from these institutions, I can get a job in a government department immediately after graduation. Isn't the aim of your supporting me through my education so that I can have a good future? This remark slightly swayed Li Dongliang, as those working in government departments are all officials. Looking back 3 generations in the Li family, none of them have ever been officials. If Li Wei could become a high-ranking official, wouldn't that be prestigious? Li Dongliang continued, Xiao Wei, what if you don't get into a 985 project university? I won't fail. Li Wei continued, with my score of 510 as a foundation, and repeating another year of senior 3, how could I possibly fail? Dad, you don't need to worry about this at all. What Li Wei said made sense. Qian Jinfeng asked, what if the exam questions are harder next year? Li Wei laughed. Mom, you don't need to worry about that at all either. Our teacher said that this year had the hardest exam questions in the past 3 years, and next year won't be harder than this year. Also, I will continue to study during this repeating year. Even if I perform worse, my score will absolutely not be lower than 510 points. After wavering for a long time, the couple consented to retake the exam, swayed by Li Wei's persuasion. Upon hearing the news of Li Wei's decision to retake the exam, even teacher Yin was quite surprised, but Li Wei insisted on retaking the exam, so he could only respect his choice. Because no one took care of the hospitalization fee, Li Xianxian was forced to discharge herself from the hospital. Chapter 497. Repeat, Li Xianxian goes to prison _4. She was walking on the bustling street, her face pale. She refused to accept it. She was extremely reluctant to accept it. Ever since her rebirth, her life had been getting better and better. She went from being a simple village girl to being a student at Beijing Normal University. She had even almost married Mo Baichuan. Nobody knew how much effort she had put into getting here. But what about now? Dumped by Mo Baichuan. Expelled from school. exposed by the literary world for plagiarism. Now, she had lost everything. All her accomplishments had disappeared overnight. The more Li Xianxian thought about it, the more unwilling she was to accept things as they were. Her features twisted in bitterness. She wanted to commit suicide, but she also refused to die just like that. Why would she be the one who had to die alone? If she had to die, she needed to pull someone else down with her. The person responsible for her current condition was Ni Yang. She planned to make Ni Yang die alongside her. Li Xianxian clenched her fists hidden inside her sleeves. She was exerting so much strength that her knuckles were already white, the nails sinking deep into her flesh. Today was the grand opening of Ni Yang's third noodle restaurant and milk tea shop. So Ni Yang was busy helping at the new establishment. The third restaurant and tea shop was located in a different district of Beijing, more than 30 kilometers away from the first and second restaurants and tea shops. Despite it being the first day of operation for the new shop, the good pre-opening promotion and the significant opening day discounts managed to attract a crowd of noodle lovers. Li Xianxian, after moving about, finally arrived at the noodle restaurant. Looking through the glass window, she saw Ni Yang busily moving about inside. Ni Yang was wearing a simple outfit of a white shirt and black pants, her hair tied up in a bun. Her attire was extremely simple, but it was enough to make people stop and take notice. She was truly beautiful. Li Xianxian had known of Ni Yang's beauty since her previous life. When Li Xianxian met Ni Yang was already in her 50s, but her face didn't show any signs of age. Maybe that's why he was attracted to her. He had done everything to get Ni Yang's attention. Despite Li Xianxian's relentless efforts to please him, she couldn't get even a glance in return. Just looking at Ni Yang made Li Xianxian seethe with jealousy and resentment. Why was Ni Yang able to live such a good life now? She had a business, a relationship, and was even about to marry into the Mo family. Even though Mo Qishan was a loser, after Ni Yang married him, she would be living with Mo Baichuan. If Ni Yang discovered later that Mo Baichuan was Mr. Mog, Ni Yang surely wouldn't hesitate to be with him shamelessly. No way. What Li Xianxian couldn't get, others shouldn't be able to either. Ni Yang must die with her. Li Xianxian squinted her eyes, turning towards a pawn shop on the side of the street, intending to pawn her gold bracelet. The design of Ni Yang's new noodle restaurant and milk tea shop was very innovative. Like in the future, the menu even had pictures of the dishes. The attractive-looking bubble milk tea, tempting pickled fish noodles, and Kanto stew with a layer of red oil floating on top were all so eye-catching that anyone who saw them couldn't resist ordering. "Young lady, is this pickled vegetable noodles really as tasty as it's made out to be?" A customer who had come from afar asked. Ni Yang smiled and said, "You'll know once you try. I can't guarantee anything else, but I'm sure the taste of pickled vegetable noodles won't disappoint you." The customer was a straightforward person. "Fine. Just for your words, I have to try it today. Give me a bowl of pickled vegetable noodles, a sour plum soup, and a Kanto stew. Oh, and please replace the duck's blood in the Kanto stew with tofu." To make purchasing ingredients easier, the 6 ingredients in the Kanto stew were fixed. It included baby cabbage, shrimp, fish balls, enoki mushrooms, duck's blood, and tofu skin. Since many people did not eat blood, tofu was the alternative option available. Ni Yang took a small notebook and wrote down the order, asking, "Any food allergies or preferences? Do you eat onions, ginger, and garlic?" "No allergies, just serve the food directly." "All right." Ni Yang nodded. "Please wait a moment." Ni Yang's gaze drifted over the window as she turned around to go to the kitchen, handing the menu to Aunt Lu, who was in charge of cooking the noodles. Aunt Lu and other employees of the shop were all recruited directly from Jinghua village, so Ni Yang trusted them. "Brother Mo." Ni Yang approached Mo Qishan, who was carrying plates of food. Yang, what's up?" Mo Qishan lifted his gaze slightly. "I need to talk to you about something." "Go ahead." Chapter 498. Repeat, Li Xianxian goes to prison _5. Ni Yang said, "Bend your waist a little." Mo Qishan was too tall. Ni Yang, with her nearly 1.75 meter height, only reached his shoulder. In modern terms, it was quite an adorable height difference. Okay. Mo Chishan bent his lip, squatted slightly so he was even shorter than Ni Yang. Ni Yang just needed to stretch her hand out to pat his head. Ni Yang easily leaned in to whisper in his ear. Hearing this, Mo Chishan frowned and said, "No, it's too dangerous to do that." Ni Yang took the tray from him, placed it aside, and pulled him towards the courtyard. The courtyard was an open space of around 10 square meters with a few flower pots. Among them was one with blooming jasmine, filling the air with their fragrance as a gentle breeze passed. "Brother Mo, don't worry. I will protect myself. All you need to do is cooperate with me." "No." Mo Chishan still refused. "What about this way?" Ni Yang stood on her toes to give him a quick peck. "No, I can't let you take such a risk." Mo Chishan still refused. Ni Yang took his hand. "Brother Mo, this little thing isn't dangerous at all for me. Can you just help me once? Just once." Mo Chishan pressed his thin lips together without saying a word. Then Ni Yang continued, "If you don't help me, I might have to find someone else." Mo Chishan's thin lips moved slightly. "Actually, you don't need to take this risk. I can find other ways. I want to use my own way." Ni Yang cut him off determinedly. Mo Chishan hesitated a bit. Ni Yang continued, "Brother Mo, I know you're concerned about my safety, but don't worry. I know my limits. I won't let myself get hurt at all." But, as Mo Chishan was about to say something, Ni Yang stood on her tiptoes and silenced the rest of his words with a kiss. The air went silent for a second. Then, Mo Chishan took control, wrapping his arm around her waist. His palm was somehow burning, yet his lips were cool. About 5 minutes later, he calmly let go of her and straightened his collar. "You need to be careful." "Yeah." Ni Yang nodded. "Don't worry about this. Let's go out." Ni Yang grabbed his hand. Mo Chishan held his breath for a moment. "You go ahead, I need to go to the bathroom." "Okay, you'll go first." The bathroom was small but well-equipped and clean, with a toilet and a shower. After a while, Mo Chishan came out of the bathroom. "Brother Mo, did you take a shower?" Ni Yang noticed that his hair seemed a bit wet. "No." Mo Chishan looked calm and explained, "The bathroom was too hot." "Oh." Ni Yang nodded. At around 7:30 in the evening, the noodle restaurant closed on time. Ni Yang was the last one to leave. Since little Ni Yun's birthday was soon, she planned to go to the vegetable market. A figure was stealthily following her. Just as Ni Yang walked into a deserted alley, sharp pain shot up her neck. Then everything went black as she slipped into unconsciousness. When Ni Yang woke up again, her hands and feet were tightly bound with ropes, unable to move. A rotten smell filled her nostrils. Where was this? Ni Yang tried to struggle, but the knots only tightened with her movements. "Is anyone there?" At that moment, the tightly shut door was pushed open from the outside, bright light flooding in. Ni Yang realized she was in an old, abandoned house whose better days were long past. "Who are you? What do you want?" Fear seeped into Ni Yang's voice. "Mph." A cold snort sounded through the air. "Ni Yang, I thought you were tough. Turns out you're just as scared of death as everyone else." "Li Xianxian?" Ni Yang squinted her eyes. Li Xianxian was wearing a fancy dress, her face adorned with delicate makeup. She didn't look like someone who had just suffered a setback at all. "What do you want?" Ni Yang took a step backward. Li Xianxian stopped in front of Ni Yang and pulled out a sharp kitchen knife from somewhere. "Ni Yang, you stole everything from me. What do you think I want to do?" "I stole everything from you?" Ni Yang squinted again. "Li Xianxian, weren't you the one who almost ruined my life? Li Shu is your mother. Both of you conspired to marry me off to that eunuch. You even nearly killed my mom. Marrying that eunuch was your good luck. If you had complied back then, maybe you'd even live a bit longer. But now, you're nothing but a short-lived ghost." Li Xianxian's expression instantly turned ferocious. If Ni Yang hadn't fled Dam Village and married that eunuch, maybe she would already be married to Mo Baichuan. All because of Ni Yang. Ni Yang destroyed everything she had. "What do you want to do?" Kill you. Li Xianxian stated word by word. Murder is illegal. Enai Yang frowned slightly. Li Xianxian chuckled. I'm not even afraid of death. Why would I fear the law? But don't worry, I won't let you die so quickly. Before that, I'll carve up your face with this knife so I don't have to look at your disgusting face. With that, Li Xianxian raised her kitchen knife and stabbed at Enai Yang's hand. Enai Yang's eyes reflected the image of that kitchen knife. In the blink of an eye, Enai Yang suddenly stood up, raising her right foot and kicking the knife away. Clang! Li Xianxian didn't expect Enai Yang to have such a move up her sleeve. She immediately ran over to pick up the knife and stabbed again in Enai Yang's direction. Enai Yang's hands were still tied behind her. She could only defend, not attack. Li Xianxian was enraged. She was like a raging wild beast whose only intent was to kill Enai Yang. Enai Yang quickly calculated the timing, and just as Li Xianxian's knife was about to hit her, she sidestepped. The kitchen knife grazed past her waist, instantly staining her white t-shirt with blood. At this moment, the door was violently kicked open from the outside. A dozen policemen in uniform charged in. Freeze, police. Li Xianxian was now completely blinded by rage. She couldn't even see the police. Enai Yang, I'm going to kill you. Yang. Mo Qishan suddenly rushed over, pulled Enai Yang away and deflected Li Xianxian's kitchen knife. At the same time, the police officers managed to subdue Li Xianxian. Mo Qishan, his hand covered in blood, panicked. His voice trembled. Yang. Enai Yang slowly opened her eyes and winked at Mo Qishan. What a joke. She wasn't stupid. How could she let Li Xianxian injure her? Just now, Enai Yang deliberately avoided the critical area, so although it seemed like she lost a lot of blood, she was not seriously hurt. In fact, Enai Yang spotted Li Xianxian's cruel face at the noodle restaurant. Since she couldn't kill Li Xianxian without facing the consequences, she had to trap her instead. Once captured, she wouldn't have to worry about Li Xianxian anymore. Otherwise, leaving Li Xianxian in the world made Enai Yang feel uneasy. Attempted murder and kidnapping might not carry a death sentence, but a crime involving bloodshed could be different, particularly since Li Xianxian was still shouting about killing her even when the police arrived. Seeing Enai Yang wink at him, Mo Qishan breathed a sigh of relief. He turned to the policeman and said, Officers, I'm taking my girlfriend to the hospital first. Please ensure justice is served for her. Rest assured. Mo Qishan took Enai Yang to the hospital where the doctor bandaged her and suggested that she stay for observation for a few days. Hearing this news, Enai Cuehua was terrified. Holding little Enai Yun, she hurried to the hospital, her eyes red from crying. Yang, are you okay? Several villagers from Jinghua village also arrived with her. Chapter 499. Li Xianxian was sentenced to death. The boss is a straight male _1. Everyone was very worried when they heard that Enai Yang had an accident, so they came with Enai Cuehua. Even little Enai Yun, who was always naughty and talkative, became quiet today and didn't ask Enai Yang for hugs anymore. Enai Yang, wearing blue and white striped hospital pajamas, looked somewhat pale, but her spirit was strong. She smiled and said, Mom, I'm fine, don't worry. Uncle Dadu, Auntie Chiao, Grandma Lin, Uncle Lu, thank you all for taking the trouble to come. Not trouble at all. What happened to you? We heard from the police that someone bullied you, is that it? Yang, tell us quickly who that bastard is. We will all seek justice for you. That's right. Yang, you tell us who that person is. You don't need to be scared. Well, kill that turtle's grandson. Several people rolled up their sleeves, looking ready to fight. Daring to bully Enai Yang. That's like going against the whole Jinghua village, isn't it? Seeing everyone so concerned about Enai Yang, Mo Qishan's eyes revealed a trace of warmth. It was clear that their concern was genuine, and they cared deeply for Enai Yang. Enai Yang smiled and said, Thank you, everyone, I really am fine now. Moreover, the bad guy has been caught by the police. Hearing Enai Yang say this, the group finally let out a sigh of relief. The ward was a VIP one, with a sofa and armchairs, very spacious, and sitting a dozen people was not a problem. Everyone stayed in the ward chatting with Enai Yang. Around noon, Mo Chishan took everyone out to eat. Only Ni Tsehua, Ni Yang, and little Ni Yun were left in the ward. Ni Tsehua took Ni Yang's hand and asked, Yang, what exactly happened? Patting Ni Kuihua's hand, Ni Yang said, Mom, the person who wanted to kill me is called Sun Dalian. When Ni Tsehua heard this word, her face turned pale. Now it's okay, Sun Dalian has been locked up. She won't ever see the light of day again in her life, Ni Yang said with a smile, comforting Ni Tsehua, then continued, Do you remember Li Shu? Ni Tsehua nodded. Li Shu was the one who had nearly ruined her life. How could Ni Tsehua forget her? Sun Dalian is Li Shu's daughter, Ni Yang said calmly. Back in Dam Village, the idea to sell me to that old eunuch was Sun Dalian's. Ni Tsehua gasped in surprise. Li Shu has a daughter? Why would she want to harm us like this? The hearts of this mother and daughter pair were really too vicious. Ni Tsehua was naturally kind-hearted and found it difficult to understand how people could be so malicious. Of course, Ni Yang couldn't tell Ni Tsehua about her reincarnation. She simply said, I'm not too clear on the specifics. But their intentions were indeed not good. It took a while for Ni Tsehua to digest what Ni Yang had said. Then Ni Yang also told Ni Tsehua about how Mu Jinbao and Mu's grandmother were killed. Ni Tsehua was stunned for a long time before saying with disbelief, Your dad and your grandma are both already. Although Ni Tsehua was quite resentful towards these two people, hearing this news, she was still a bit shocked. Ni Yang nodded, yes. After a few minutes of silence, Ni Tsehua said, This must be karma. Your dad and your grandma would not have ended up like this if they had had even a shred of conscience. How can people be so evil? Seeing that Ni Tsehua didn't have any extreme reaction, Ni Yang quietly breathed a sigh of relief. She had been worried that Ni Tsehua wouldn't be able to get over this obstacle. After all, Ni Tsehua had lived with Mu Jinbao's family for nearly 20 years. After a while, Mo Chishan came back with the group from lunch. Mo Chishan had specially packed some food for Ni Tsehua and Ni Yang to bring back, and also bought a string of candied hawthorns for little Ni Yun. Little Ni Yun happily said, Thank you, Sister Hu. Mo Chishan patted her little head. You're welcome. Since there was work to be done in the fields, everyone proposed to leave in the afternoon. Mo Chishan and Ni Tsehua saw the group out the hospital entrance. A black stretch Lincoln was parked on the side of the road. When the man dressed in a business suit saw Mo Chishan and the group come out, he immediately walked over. He was dressed very formally, and Ni Tsehua and the others all thought he was some kind of leader, but unexpectedly, the man walked straight to Mo Chishan and stopped beside him. Sir. Mo Chishan nodded, then turned to the others and said, Uncle Datu, Auntie Chiao, Grandma Lin, Uncle Lu, Auntie Zhang, you've really gone through a lot today. This is my friend Wang Ping, you can just call him Xiao Wang. He will take you back shortly. Chapter 500. Li Xianxian was sentenced to death. The boss is a straight male _. Xiao Wang greeted everyone politely. They came to visit Ni Yang voluntarily. How could they trouble Mo Chishan to send them back? Xiaoma, you don't have to be so polite, we can just take the tram home. The tram station is right across the street, it's very convenient. Exactly, Xiaoma, you and your aunt should go back, don't worry about us. Xiaoma? Xiao Wang looked at the villagers talking, then looked at Mo Chishan. It was as if a herd of grass mud horses were running wild in his mind. He was hallucinating, right? Why was Sir so humble in front of these villagers? Mo Chishan said, You all shouldn't be so polite to me. Waiting for the tram and transferring is a real hassle. Letting Xiao Wang take you back is just a press of a pedal. Mo Chishan's considerate manners made Ni Tsehua, the future mother-in-law, incredibly pleased. At least Mo Chishan cared for them. He didn't look down on them just because they were from the countryside and he was a city dweller. Ni Tsehua responded with a smile. Since it's Xiaomo's kind intention, you all should accept the ride. Don't be polite with him. Since Ni Tsehua had said so, everyone stopped declining and got into the car with Xiao Wang. Mo Chishan followed them, closing the car doors, and instructed Xiao Wang to drive carefully. Xiao Wang nodded. Don't worry, sir. The Lincoln was long, and there was plenty of room for 8 people. All the seats were made of genuine leather, suitable for sitting or reclining. They were all ordinary farmers, usually reluctant even to take the tram, let alone a luxury car like this, which they had never even seen before. There were exclamations of amazement in the car. This car must be very expensive. These seats are so soft. What's this little cupboard for? Xiao Wang in the driver's seat replied, that's the onboard snack cabinet. You can all help yourselves. Thank you, Xiao Wang. We're just curious, having never ridden in a car like this before. They all declined the offer. They weren't the kind of people who would take advantage of a situation. Xiao Wang reassured them, it's fine. Sir rarely eats those snacks. They'll just be replaced when they expire and that would be a waste. They still declined. Xiao Wang didn't push any further. He was thinking to himself that these villagers were quite decent, not what had expected. After a while, Uncle Dada curiously asked, Xiao Wang, you and Xiaomo aren't friends, right? If they were really friends, would Xiao Wang be so respectful to them? Xiao Wang said, I'm Sir's driver. Driver? At this, everyone was taken aback. Most families couldn't even afford 2 bicycles, yet Imochishin not only had a sedan but also employed a driver. My God! Xiaomo is so incredible! Muttered Granny Lin, quite astonished. He's so young and already so wealthy. What does his family do? Xiao Wang, do you know what Xiaomo does? I'm not really sure. Xiao Wang shook his head. I'm just a driver. For a moment there, Imochishin became the dream husband in everyone's eyes. Each person marveled at how great Quihua's life was. Not only did she have a sensible and beautiful daughter, but also a rich son-in-law. After everyone left, Imochishin returned to the ward with Cihua. Little Yun was asleep on the bed while Yang was writing something. To give the mother and daughters some quiet space, Imochishin quietly left the ward. Out in the corridor, he lit a cigarette. The sight of his thin lips clutching the cigarette, his face half obscured in the smoke, was mysteriously sexy, drawing the eyes of passing nurses and pedestrians. Imochishin! Suddenly, an overjoyed female voice sounded from behind. Imochishin looked back slightly, somewhat stunned. The woman was young, wearing a dark cheongsam. She smiled and said, Imochishin, what brings you to the hospital? She seemed to know him, but Imochishin couldn't remember who she was at all. Slightly frowning, he requested, Who are you? Other than Yang. Every other woman, to him, was no different than random passers-by. If this woman hadn't been wearing a cheongsam, which Yang often wore, Imochishin probably wouldn't have given her another glance. Seeing Imochishin's reaction, disappointment flashed in the young woman's eyes. She then said, Jiro. Don't you remember? Imochishin shook his head slightly. Chapter 501. Li Xianxian was sentenced to death. The boss is a straight male under score 3. Jiro continued, We were classmates in elementary school. I used to sit behind you. The last time in F country, I even sold you a cheongsam. That cheongsam was the treasure of our store. Do you remember now? After her explanation, Imochishin seemed to recall a bit. Jiro continued, What brings you here? Are you not feeling well? I came with my girlfriend. Imochishin replied. Girlfriend? They haven't broken up yet? Could it be that woman also knows Imochishin's true identity, which is why she refuses to break up? Jiro maintained her usual demeanor and said, What a coincidence your girlfriend is here as well. You were just telling me last time how beautiful she is. I wonder if I have the honor to meet her? Jiro was confident in her appearance. She did not believe there could be anyone more beautiful than herself. Although her intention was to meet, her real aim was to show off. No woman would be comfortable with her boyfriend bringing home a female friend who is more beautiful than herself. Jiro wanted to make her back off. It might be a bit inconvenient. Imochishin refused. Inconvenient? Jiro was momentarily taken aback, and then laughed. Is your girlfriend so petty that even our meeting would bother her? I'm the one who would mind. I don't want misunderstandings. Imochishin said. He was already spoken for, so he naturally should maintain his integrity. He was not one for ambiguous interactions with other women. Mo Chishan hadn't had a female friend for years. Ji-ro was taken aback again. She didn't expect Mo Chishan to reply to her in such manner and was left with a suffocating feeling in her heart. It seems you really love your girlfriend. Mo Chishan nodded. Ji-ro laughed and said, Mo Chishan, is it appropriate for a man like you to act so humble? How can you cut off all your social interactions for a woman? Isn't your girlfriend being a bit too tyrannical? You can't just be indulgent in everything she says. She's already overbearing before marriage. Do you even have a say in your home after marriage? This sentence carried a hint of provocation, aiming to stir discord. Men with fragile resolve would waver after hearing such words. But Mo Chishan was not like other men. He coolly glanced at Ji-ro. I like to dote on her. Do you have a problem with that? Ji-ro was taken aback, a hint of embarrassment crossing her face. Most men of this era maintained some degree of male chauvinism. Rarely would they listen to their wives' wishes. Ji-ro had categorized Mo Chishan as one of them. Little did she know, this man was deeply invested in his relationship and was willing to be entirely at her beck and call for the woman he loved. Why couldn't such a good man be hers? Ji-ro felt a pang of sadness. If Mo Chishan's girlfriend was her, she would wake up laughing from her dreams. Ji-ro had never wanted to marry Mo Chishan as much as she did at this moment. She wanted him to dote on her as well. Ji-ro quickly recovered her smile. You misunderstood, that's not what I meant. Before Ji-ro could finish her sentence, Mo Chishan said, I have been out for too long. My girlfriend must be getting anxious. A pang of jealousy tugged at Ji-ro's heart. She really wanted to see just how ethereal his girlfriend was. Mo Chishan disappeared down the hall. Instead of going directly back to the ward, he went to the bathroom to wash his face and rinse off the smell of smoke before finally entering the ward. When he walked in, the room remained the same. Ni Yen was writing something, Ni Hua and little Ni Yun were napping on the bed. Ni Yen had her eyes slightly downcast, her face serious. The sunlight filtered in from outside, casting a soft gold glow on her, which was so pleasing to the eyes. Mo Chishan walked in quietly, picked up a newspaper, and began reading on the couch. In an instant, it was already the evening. Mo Chishan glanced at the window and then said, Auntie, I can arrange for someone to take you and Yun Yun home. I can stay here and accompany Yen Yen. Ni Hua was after all taking care of a child. It was inconvenient to stay in the hospital. And there were also pets at home that needed feeding. Mo Chishan had thought things through thoroughly. Ni Yen smiled and said, Big brother Mo, you and my mom should go back. I just have a light injury, I am not incapacitated. I can take care of myself. Ni Hua said, Yen Yen, just listen to Xiaoma. You have a wound on your waist and should move as little as possible. I feel more at ease with Xiaoma here to take care of you. Xiaoma, I will have to trouble you with this. Chapter 502. Li Xianxian was sentenced to death. The boss is a straight male _4. Mo Chishan said, It's all what I should do. Ni Hua was very satisfied with her future son-in-law, Mo Chishan. After delivering Ni Hua and little Ni Yun to their car, Mo Chishan returned. Has my mom left? Asked Ni Yang. Yes. Mo Chishan continued, What do you want to eat tonight? I can go buy it for you. Ni Yang flipped a page in the notebook on the table and said, I can eat anything, brother Mo, you don't have to go through the trouble of going out to buy. You can just get food from the hospital cafeteria. The cafeteria food lacks nutrition. Mo Chishan put on his coat from the rack. Yang, I'll be right back. Even though it was early summer, the evening in Beijing City was a bit cool. People going out were all wearing jackets. Mo Chishan didn't head straight to the restaurant. He first stopped by a phone booth. Hello. Keep a close eye on the lawyer. Don't give Sun Dalian any chance for a reduced sentence. After finishing his sentence, Mo Chishan hung up the phone with a frosty face, left the phone booth and headed to the restaurant. He didn't need to handle buying the meal himself, but when it concerned Ni Yang, he didn't want others to do it. Just as he was nearing the hospital entrance, he ran into Ji-ro who was coming out. Mo Chishan chose to ignore her, but Ji-ro greeted him warmly. Hey! What the coincidence, Mo Chishan? Are you out buying dinner? Chishan nodded slightly. Ji-ro glanced at her watch and went on, "It's still early. Since we haven't seen each other for a long time, why don't we grab something to eat first? We can buy food for your girlfriend later." All relationships are built over time through daily interactions, so Ji-ro wouldn't miss any opportunity to spend time with Chishan. Chishan flatly rejected her. Ji-ro said, "What? Are you afraid your girlfriend might misunderstand? It's just a casual gathering between old classmates, it's no big deal. You can't cut off all your social interactions just because of your girlfriend, right?" As soon as she finished speaking, Ji-ro continued, "Chishan, you are really too in love with your girlfriend. I really envy her. How lucky she is to have found such a good boyfriend like you. Why don't I have that kind of luck?" "You're just unlucky," Chishan replied bluntly. After his statement, he ignored Ji-ro and walked away. "Unlucky?" Ji-ro watched Chishan's retreating figure, speechless for a while. What does he mean she's unlucky? She was born as the Ji family's heiress. How could she be considered unlucky? Ji-ro grew even more curious about what Chishan's girlfriend looked like, since he was so protective of her. He wouldn't even give her a sliver of opportunity. "Miss Ji." At that moment, a young man ran up to her. "What's the matter?" Ji-ro's expression changed instantly. "Have you gotten the medication yet? Mr. Abner is getting anxious." Ji-ro nodded. "I have the medication. Let's go." She had wanted to follow Chishan to get a glimpse of his girlfriend, but it seemed she would have to wait for another opportunity. She refused to believe that Chishan and his girlfriend got along so well that they never even had a quarrel. Chishan came back to the ward with the meal in a box, fetched a basin of water from the bathroom, placed it by the bed, held the basin with one hand and brushed her loose hair away from her ear with the other. His rough fingers contrasted sharply with her delicate skin. "Young, time to wash your hands and eat." Yang was preoccupied with her writing. She looked up in surprise at the sound of Chishan's voice. "Brother, why did you bring the water here? You could have just told me, I could have washed my hands in the bathroom." "You're injured. It's inconvenient for you," replied Chishan. Yang laughed. "You make it sound as if I'm a paraplegic. It's only a superficial wound. I'm not so seriously injured that I can't even wash my hands." Just as Yang was about to start eating, Chishan held a spoonful of food to her mouth. The porcelain white spoon was filled with chicken soup with a layer of butter floating on top, its aroma wafting into the air. "Brother what are you trying to do?" "Feed you." Chishan spooned the soup directly into her mouth. With no choice but to swallow the delicious chicken soup, Yang took the bowl and spoon from Chishan's hands. "I can do it myself, brother you should eat too." Yang was not immobile. She couldn't possibly let Chishan feed her. Chapter 503. Li Xianxian was sentenced to death. The boss is a straight male _5. "Let me feed you." Chishan held the bowl tightly in his hand, making it impossible for Yang to grab it from him. "I promised your aunt that I'd take good care of you." Seeing Chishan so determined, Yang had no choice but to play her role as a giant baby waiting to be fed. "Brother aren't you going to eat?" Chishan fed her a spoonful of chicken soup. "I'll eat after you've had enough." Yang laughed. "You're making it sound like I'm torturing you by not letting you eat." Chishan replied, "I'm more than happy to." "Why are you so sweet-talking?" Yang pinched his face. Chishan raised his brows slightly. "You already know how sweet it is without even tasting?" Yang, he's getting better and better at flirting. At night, Yang slept in the hospital bed while Chishan curled up on the sofa. With his tall stature and long legs, the sofa seemed a bit cramped. A single turn could cause him to fall to the floor. Fortunately, Chishan was a peaceful sleeper. Yang observed for a long time but never saw him fall off the sofa. As she watched, she became drowsy and fell asleep. At this moment, the man who was supposed to be sound asleep suddenly opened his eyes. Like a cheetah on a hunt, he was ready to pounce. The next day, Chishan came back from buying food, bringing good news with him. Li Xianxian was sentenced to death. to be executed in 3 months. Upon hearing this news, Ni Yang let out a sigh of relief. After all, Li Xianxian was the culprit behind her murder in her previous life. If Li Xianxian didn't die, Ni Yang always felt uneasy. In the afternoon, Ni Yang was resting in bed when there was a commotion at the entrance of the ward. Then, the elderly Mrs. Mo, Mr. Mo, Lin Pingping, Mo Hudi, and others came in carrying bags of nutritious goodies. Because Ni Yang had specifically asked Mo Qishan not to mention this to the two elders, they had only just found out about it. Upon hearing the news, they rushed over immediately. Yang, are you okay? Are you feeling better? Mrs. Mo asked, her eyes red with worry. Mo, I'm fine. Ni Yang got up and did a couple of turns. As you can see, I'm full of energy, there's nothing wrong with me. Mrs. Mo grumbled, it's all that careless boy's fault. How could he not tell us anything about such a big event? Yang, you're really okay, right? Ni Yang laughed, I'm really okay, don't worry. I was actually the one who asked Brother Mo not to tell you. Don't blame him. Mrs. Mo looked around the hospital ward. Where is little Six? Isn't he with you? This ridiculous boy, how can he be her boyfriend? He deserved a good beating. Ni Yang replied, Brother Mo went to buy meals. He should be back soon. Only then did Mrs. Mo abandon the thought of beating up Mo Qishan. Lin Pingping placed the lilies she brought into a vase and then asked, Yang, what on earth happened? Ni Yang briefly explained the situation with Li Xianxian. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Mo sighed in relief. Thank goodness Chuan didn't marry that woman. Otherwise, our Mo family could have been ruined by her. It's terrifying. Who could have imagined that Li Xianxian would do such a horrid thing? Lin Pingping also sighed. Mo Hudi looked at Ni Yang with concern. Sister Ni Yang, are you really okay? Were you hurt by that bad Xianxian? Although Ni Yang was now Mo Qishan's girlfriend, her future aunt, Mo Hudi still couldn't help but call her sister Ni Yang. Ni Yang gave a slight smile. I'm really fine, shout I, you don't have to worry. Sister Ni Yang. A figure rushed in from outside the door, and was about to hug Ni Yang around the waist when a figure suddenly appeared and blocked Ni Yang behind him. Yang Guobao looked up in confusion and saw a stern-faced Mo Qishan. Uncle Mo 6? Mo Qishan said, Guobao, you're a young man now. You need to understand the principle of no physical contact between the opposite gender, okay? But I like Sister Ni Yang. Yang Guobao replied softly. Mo Qishan seriously said, you cannot like a woman who is already taken. What does a married woman mean? Yang Guobao asked. A married woman is someone who already has a partner, Mo Qishan continued. Your sister Ni Yang is now my girlfriend, so you can't hug her. Why? Yang Guobao scratched his head. Mo Qishan bent over slightly, leaned into Yang Guobao's ear, and warned softly with a smile. If I see you misbehaving around Ni Yang again, I'll punch you, okay? As he spoke those last words, Mo Qishan clenched his fist. Yang Guobao was already a little scared of Mo Qishan, and that threat turned his face pale. He had seen Mo Qishan make a little boy who was bullying Mo Hudi cry. After that incident, the little boy and his entire family moved away. Ni Yang, who was standing behind, asked, Mo, what are you saying to Guobao? Mo Qishan gave a fatherly smile, gently stroked Yang Guobao's head, and said, I was just saying how quickly Guobao is growing. It has only been a few years, and he's already this big. Wang Meifeng walked in and laughed. Exactly, Guobao has grown quite a bit recently. Yang Guobao, scared, quickly hid behind Wang Meifeng. Mamma mia! Uncle Mo 6 is too scary. He can lie so calmly with his eyes wide open. Guobao, why are you being shy? Ni Yang raised an eyebrow. Yang Guobao peeped out from behind Wang Meifeng. Sister Ni Yang, are you okay? I'm fine. Ni Yang waved him over. Guobao, come here. Yang Guobao walked over, no longer daring to hug Ni Yang affectionately as before, and just stood there properly. Mo Qishan was finally satisfied. 3 days later, Ni Yang was officially discharged from the hospital. To avoid trouble, Ni Yang specifically didn't let Ni Tsuehua drop her, because it wasn't a big deal. Instead of riding a bicycle this time, Mo Chishan had Wu Daming drive Ni Yang home. 6th sister-in-law, congratulations on your discharge. Thank you. The car moved rapidly, and they arrived at the Ni family's courtyard in no time. To welcome Ni Yang back, Ni Tehua had prepared a brazier at the gate. In the eyes of the older generation, the hospital is a very bad place because it's often associated with death and hence has heavy yin energy. Stepping over the brazier is considered auspicious and can turn bad luck into good luck, signifying getting away from misfortune and bringing prosperity. After stepping over the brazier, they would also take a peachwood branch dipped in water to sprinkle on the body, to dispel evil spirits. After everything was arranged, Mo Chishan lit the firecrackers handed by Ni Tehua. Ni Yang walked out from amidst the smoke, laughing, "Mom, it's just a discharge, you don't need to make such a fuss." Ni Tehua replied, "Although you seem to have only suffered a minor injury this time, if you had been a bit unluckier, I might not have seen you again. We need to ward off evil and drive away all the bad luck, so you will be safe and everything will go smoothly in the future." It was only recently that Ni Tehua found out that Li Xianxian had been carrying a 40 centimeters long fruit knife that day. If the knife had gone in a little deeper, would she still be able to see Ni Yang? Just thinking about it frightened Ni Tehua. Tweet. A black bird flew from the osmanthus tree in the yard to Ni Yang's shoulder. Duo duo. Ni Yang stroked its little head. Duo duo affectionately nuzzled Ni Yang's palm. Then, Ni Tehua came to her senses and invited Mo Chishan and Wu Daming in. "Xiao Mo, Xiao Wu, come in and sit." The two of them followed Ni Tehua inside. Mo Chishan had visited the Ni family many times and had already considered himself as part of the family. He began pouring tea for Wu Daming. Wu Daming was pleasantly surprised. "Thank you, Brother 6. Chapter 504, Boss. Where is your obsessive cleanliness? You look a lot like Mrs. Zhang when she was young _1. Wu Daming has been following Mo Chishan for such a long time, but he had never seen Mo Chishan so humble before. Except when he encountered Ni Yang. Wu Daming picked up his cup and took a sip of tea. His heart was filled with emotions. Ni Tehua brought a dish of green apples and sunflower seeds to him. "Xiao, here are some apples and seeds for you. Please help yourself." "Thank you, Auntie." Wu Daming immediately put down his tea and expressed his gratitude. Ni Tehua continued, "Xiaoma, let Xiaowu have some food. He's too shy to eat." "Sure, Auntie." Mo Chishan nodded and handed a green apple to Wu Daming. The moment Ni Yang returned home, she went to her room to check. After staying 5 days in the hospital, she found her room very tidy and completely dust-free, thanks to Ni Kuihua's cleaning. A white June snow tree peeked in from the window, releasing a light fragrance. Underneath the window lay a desk with a pile of thick books and an old-style military green lamp on the left. Next to it was a pen holder filled with all sorts of blue and black pens and fountain pens. Next to it was a very large wardrobe with a full-length mirror mounted on the door. The arrangement was simple but exuding a heartwarming appeal. Home is always the most comfortable place, Ni Yang sighed, closing her eyes and taking a deep breath of the surrounding air. "Yang Yang." Mo Chishan walked in from the outside. "Do you have any band-aids here?" Band-aids were introduced to China in the 1940s, but it wasn't until the 1970s that they really hit the market. As Ni Yang was a doctor, she kept band-aids at home. "Band-aids?" Ni Yang frowned slightly. "Did someone get hurt?" Wu Daming accidentally cut his finger while peeling an apple, Mo Chishan replied. "Is everything okay? How deep is the cut?" Ni Yang asked as she opened a first aid kit. "It's fine. A band-aid is all he needs." "Brother Mo, here you go." Ni Yang handed a band-aid to Mo Chishan. Walking into the living room, they found Wu Daming was pacing around with his injured finger in hand. "Brother 6, do you have a band-aid?" Mo Chishan nodded and handed him the band-aid. "How is it? Is the cut deep? Should we apply some medicine and wrap it up?" Ni Yang walked forward to check. "No need, sister-in-law. It's just a scratch." Wu Daming replied while applying the band-aid. After Ni Yang felt reassured, she walked to the table, picked up a cup and took a sip of tea. Frowning slightly, she said to Mo-chishin, "Brother, why are you drinking such strong tea? Have you not been sleeping well recently?" Considering that Mo-chishin had been sleeping on the hospital couch for the past few nights, it would have been natural for him not to sleep well. Mo-chishin smiled and said, "I'm just used to drinking strong tea. How come I've never noticed before that you like your tea so strong? It's still early, why don't you go sleep for a while in my room? It'll wake you up when it's time for lunch." Yang ushered Mo-chishin towards her bedroom. "I'm not sleepy." "You are." Yang did not give him a chance to refuse and directly pushed Mo-chishin to sit on the bed in her room. "Go to sleep now. It's only 8:30. We eat lunch at 12. You can sleep at least for another 3.5 hours. "I'm really not sleepy." Mo-chishin laughed helplessly. "Just go to sleep." Yang pressed down his shoulder. She was about to take off his shoes, but Mo-chishin immediately sat up and said, Yang, I said I'd go to sleep. I can take off my shoes myself." Mo-chishin said and started taking off his shoes. Yang pulled up the light cover and placed it on him. "I'm leaving now. I'll call you for lunch." "Okay." Mo-chishin nodded. Yang's bed was different from the imported Simmons-style beds. Her bed was a carved frame bed with a top and 4 posts. The bed seemed like a small house. The frame was made of mahogany and was carved with simple patterns, which made it look exceptionally secure. Underneath the bed sheet was a layer of dry straw. Lying on it felt soft, and a faint sweet scent of straw lingered around, just like the scent on Yang, very pleasant to his nose. The thought that this was Yang's bed and the blanket had been used by her excited Mo-chishin. He pulled the blanket over his face and deeply inhaled its scent. He fell asleep without realizing it. He had a great sleep until Yang woke him up for lunch. Lunch was splendid, including braised pork, mapo tofu, boiled fish, cold noodles, and tomato and egg soup. Yang's culinary skills were impressive. Even an ordinary dish like the braised pork had an extraordinary taste when she cooked it. Chapter 505. Boss, where is your obsessive cleanliness? You look a lot like Mrs. Zheng when she was young_2. Wu Daming gobbled down 3 large bowls of rice enthusiastically, speaking with his mouth full, "This is so delicious. You are an incredible cook, 6th sister-in-law." Yen smiled. "If you enjoy the food, eat as much as you want, don't be shy." Wu Daming said, "Thank you, 6th sister-in-law." Yen picked a piece of braised pork with her chopsticks, bit off and swallowed the lean part, then casually tossed the fatty piece into Mo-chishin's bowl. Mo-chishin immediately ate the piece she had discarded. Wu Daming was left speechless at this sight. He originally assumed Mo-chishin would toss the piece aside. Unexpectedly, not only did Mo-chishin eat it readily, he appeared to enjoy it immensely. How extraordinary was that? Did Chishin not have a cleanliness obsession? When did his aversion to unclean items get resolved? At this point, Wu Daming looked utterly bewildered. Upon noticing his reaction, the curious Yen looked up and asked, "Wu Daming, is something wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" No, not at all." Wu Daming shook his head vigorously, then dismissively said, "I'm just feeling too full." "Pathetic," muttered Mo-chishin. "Wu Daming, if you're so dignified, why are you eating your wife's leftovers?" After they had finished eating, Yen saw off Mo-chishin and Wu Daming. Wu Daming very prudently walked up ahead, allowing Yen and Mo-chishin to linger behind. Yen said, "Brother Mo, come to my house for lunch the day after tomorrow." Mo-chishin nodded, "Okay." Soon, they reached the village entrance, where the black luxury car was parked beneath the large banyan tree. At first, when a luxury car was parked at the village entrance, the villagers were very curious and even crowded around to have a look. After all, cars were a rare commodity during that era. However, as the car made more frequent appearances, the villagers became accustomed to the sight. Time flew quickly and little Yun's birthday was only 1 day away. Yen planned to celebrate little Yun's birthday wholeheartedly, so she started preparing the birthday cake today. Actually, there were already cake shops in Beijing at this time, but the custom-made designs all looked the same. Either it would be a big immortal peach or an old-fashioned flower, and they were all made with food coloring and cream, so it wasn't healthy. Hence, Ni Yen decided to hand-make a cake. Ni Yen is a person of strong execution. She immediately rolled up her sleeves and got to work in the kitchen. The first step in making a cake is kneading the flour. Mix eggs and milk into the flour, add yeast to knead it into dough, let it ferment naturally for about 5 hours, and it's ready for baking. Even though Ni Yen didn't have an oven, she had a bread kiln. As long as the temperature was well controlled, the bread kiln could also be used to bake cakes. After kneading the dough, Ni Yen started making the cream. Making cream at home is simple. All you need is eggs, milk, edible oil, and granulated sugar. First, separate the egg whites, put them in a bowl and stir in the same direction. When more foam is stirred, add milk, edible oil, and granulated sugar to continue stirring for more than 20 minutes, letting the liquid in the bowl become a thick paste, and the cream is done. After Ni Yen finished making the cream, she stored it in the refrigerator. By now, their home was equipped with all the 4 major appliances. These 4 major appliances are TV, refrigerator, air conditioner, washing machine. There was no air conditioner at this time, so it was replaced by a window unit. Mo Chishan gave these 4 major appliances when the roof beam was put up. Currently, only the refrigerator was being used. Both the refrigerator and the window air conditioner were installed in the new house. Ni Yen planned to move into the new house in another month. After lunch, Ni Yen took a plastic bucket and went to the creek at the foot of the mountain. This creek maintained water flow all year round. Even in the dry season, when all the rivers dried up, the creek remained unchanged. In an era where there was no pollution from factories, the creek water was crystal clear. You could see the rainbow fish and small fish swimming around. Such a scene was only visible in the 80s and 90s. As factories popped up in later years, all the streams turned into drain ditches. Ni Yen came here this time not to catch fish, but to pick up snails and catch crabs to provide an additional meal for little Ni Yen's birthday tomorrow. The flavor of snails and crabs bred in the creek was much better than those from the river. It's not a taste that one could find at a night market food stall in later years. Ni Yen put the plastic bucket on a big rock, rolled up her trouser legs, stepped barefoot into the creek. The shallow water just covered her ankles. It was easy to pick up snails. A casual touch could feel a handful of them. Chapter 506. Boss, where is your obsessive cleanliness? You look a lot like Mrs. Zhang when she was young under _3. Catching crabs was tougher, requiring overturning each rock individually. Normally, only one crab would hide under a single rock. However, because no one usually caught them, Ni Yang spent 3 hours catching over 30. Together with the snails, they filled almost half of the bucket. Not being greedy, Ni Yang decided to return, believing there was enough to eat. The snails and crabs both had to be left in clean water overnight. After they had disgorged any mud or sand, they could be cooked the next day. The next day, Ni Yang woke up early. She delivered the new clothes that she secretly bought days ago to Ni Kuihua's room. Happy birthday, little Yunyun. Do you like this dress? Sister hug. Seeing Ni Yang, little Ni Yun stretched her arms out for a hug. Ni Tsuehua smiled and said, Yunyun has too many clothes already. Why are you buying her more, Ni Yen? Stop wasting money. Ni Yang replied, today is Yunyun's birthday. Of course, she needs to wear a new dress. Mom, hurry up and help Yunyun try on the dress. The dress was a red set with the word Fu, which means luck, printed on it. It looked very festive. Coupled with little Ni Yun's chubby stature, she looked just like a little Fua, good luck doll, when she put it on. Little Ni Yun, now in her new dress, was ecstatic and couldn't stop giggling. She gurgled, pretty, pretty. Yunyun, quickly thank your sister. Thanks, sister. Typically, birthday feasts are at midday. Therefore, after breakfast, Ni Yang began baking the cake. The dough, kneaded and prepared the day before, rose very well. Just as Ni Yang placed the mold into the oven, voices could be heard outside. Sister Ni Yang. The voices arrived before the people. Yang Guabao and Mo Hudi, 2 little fellows, charged in from outside. Guobao, Xiao Dai. Mo Hudi rushed over and hugged Anai Yang, while Yang Guobao strategically stood aside, correcting her, Sister Anai Yang, we agreed that you should call me Debao, how could you forget? Anai Yang freed one hand to ruffle his hair. Oh, Debao, Debao. Anai Yang. Following that, Mo Chishan, Old Master Mo, Lady Mo, Lin Pingping, along with Wang Meifeng, Zhou Suhua, Yang Dehai, Yang Changjing and others entered. Auntie Mo, Uncle Mo, Sister Pingping, Auntie Yang, Uncle Yang, sister-in-law, brother Yang, you're all here. Anai Yang was surprised. As Anai Yang was now Mo Kishan's girlfriend, a generation was added in between, so she changed the way she addressed Wang Meifeng's relatives, else it would get a little disorganized. As for kids Yang Guobao and Mo Hudi, she let them call her whatever they wanted. Lady Mo smiled and said, today is little Yunyun's first birthday, how could we not come? In China, a child's first birthday is very important. Usually, it is the child's maternal grandmother who celebrates the birthday, but as Anai Yang had no kin in Beijing, Lady Mo had come instead. She planned to give little Anai Yun a grand first birthday. While on their way here, they had run into Wang Meifeng's family and so came together. The more, the merrier. Anai Yang didn't tell anyone about little Anai Yun's birthday. Even Mo Chishan was only subtly invited over for lunch. She was afraid that Lady Mo and Wang Meifeng would spend money when they found out. Besides wasting money, it'd be a waste of their time as well, given that it was a workday. However, against her expectations, they had still come. To say she wasn't moved would be a lie. Hearing the noise outside, Anai Hua immediately went out to welcome them, holding the child in her arms. This was the first time that Anai Hua had met Old Master Mo and Lady Mo. So Anai Yang introduced them formally, Mom, this is Brother Mo's mother, and this is Brother Mo's father. Uncle Mo, Auntie Mo, this is my mom, and this is my sister Anai Yun. Compared to Anai Hua, Old Master Mo and Lady Mo seemed much older. After all, there was over a 30-year age difference between them. Anai Hua immediately put down the child and reached out to shake hands with Lady Mo and Old Master Mo. Nice to meet you both, Anai Yan's mother. Lady Mo took Anai Hua's hand and said emotionally, Anai Yan's mom, you've raised a wonderful daughter. As Lady Mo looked at Anai Hua, she suddenly felt a strange sensation and continued, Anai Yan's mom, have we met before? She had a hunch that she and Anai Hua had met before, but she couldn't recall where. Anai Hua hesitated, I don't think so, maybe you're mistaken. Anai Hua had always been an ordinary countryside woman. If she had met someone like Lady Mo, who had an imposing aura, she wouldn't have forgotten it. Chapter 507. Boss, where is your obsessive cleanliness? You look a lot like Mrs. Zheng when she was young _4. Old Lady Mo turned to look at Old Master Mo. Old man, don't you think Yang Yang's mom looks familiar? Old Master Mo furrowed his brows slightly. She does seem somewhat familiar. Old Lady Mo continued, Yang Yang's mom, where is your hometown? Anai Hua replied, my hometown is Haicheng. Old Lady Mo nodded, Haicheng is nice, the girls from there are always very charming, no wonder you gave birth to such a pretty and well-behaved child like Yang Yang. Ah, is this little Yun Yun? Let Annie hold you okay? Normally, Old Lady Mo could have been little Anai Yun's grandmother, but today she was an aunt. Little Anai Yun was not shy at all and opened her arms, shouting, Auntie, which made Old Lady Mo very happy. If it were not for her old age, Old Lady Mo might have even wanted another child. Anai Hua continued, let's not stand at the door, let's go inside and sit. The group of people went inside. Anai Yang was handing out disposable cups for tea. Actually, disposable cups did not exist at this time. These cups were produced by the factory when Anai Yang had ordered custom milk tea cups. Yang, let me help you. Mo Chishan picked up the kettle. Anai Yang poured the tea leaves and he poured the hot water. As there were many people, the living room seemed a bit crowded. This was Mo Hudi's first time in the countryside. She was very excited and curious about everything. Yang Guobao explained everything along the way. Xiao, look, this is a bread oven. Do you know what a bread oven is for? I don't know. Mo Hudi shook her head. Yang Guobao said, Xiaodai, you're really silly. You're a writer. A bread oven, as the name implies, is for making bread. And let me tell you, Sister Yang and I made this bread oven by hand. Look here, this is where Sister Yang and I wrote our names in our own handwriting. Wow. Really? Mo Hudi looked admiringly at it. She also wanted to build a bread oven with Sister Yang. Yang Guobao went on, I have many good friends in the village too. Come on, Xiaodai, I'll introduce you to my good friends. Okay. Mo Hudi happily followed Yang Guobao's footsteps. Yang Guobao took Mo Hudi to the secret base where everyone often played together. Xiaohua, Penghu, Guochang, Xiaoshuan, Zhuzi Yuelyang, let me introduce you. This is my good friend Mo Hudi, you can call her Xiaodai. The village children all greeted Mo Hudi in a friendly manner. After hellos, Yang Guobao suddenly realized something was amiss. Scratching his head he said, Hey, where's Gooden? Gooden is at home doing homework. Penghu replied. Yang Guobao exclaimed in surprise, Gooden is being diligent today. Penghu chuckled. His father beat him. No wonder. Yang Guobao continued, You guys play first, I'm going to take Xiaodai to find Gooden. As Yang Guobao led Mo Hudi in the direction of Gooden's home, he introduced her, Xiaodai, Gooden is my best brother. We are both boys of the dog generation. Oh. Mo Hudi nodded. In a short while, they reached Gooden's house. Gooden. Gooden. Yang Guobao stood outside and shouted. Soon, Gooden came out running gleefully, cheering happily, Debeo, you're here. The two brothers warmly embraced each other. Gooden, let me introduce you. This is my good friend Mo Hudi, you can call her Xiaodai. Xiaodai, this is Gooden. Hi Gooden. Xiaodai. The bond between children is quite simple and pure, without much calculation. In no time, Mo Hudi had joined in the play, even learning how to mold clay into people and houses. For the first time in her life, Mo Hudi discovered that there were things more fun than writing. This feeling was awesome. Family home. Yang was busy in the kitchen, with Mo Qishan helping on the side. Zihua was taking care of the children while entertaining the guests. Originally, Lin Pingping and Wang Meifeng wanted to help in the kitchen, but seeing how well Yang and Mo Qishan were working together, they quietly left. A couple getting along so well, if they had stayed, they would have become third wheels. For lunch, Yang prepared 4 cold dishes, 3 stir-fries, a soup, and a huge pot of grilled fish. Because there were many people, if only stir-fried dishes were made, by the time each dish was fried and brought to the table, they would already be cold and tasteless. Chapter 508, Boss, where is your obsessive cleanliness? You look a lot like Mrs. Zheng when she was young _5. A pot of grilled fish with all the side dishes, delicious and convenient. The cold dish was sour and spicy ear mushrooms, pickled chicken feet, then smashed cucumber and spinach mixed with vermicelli. The stir-fried dishes were spicy crab, spicy fried river snails, and sautéed green beans with river prawns. Then, a winter melon and kelp pork rib soup. Eating more kelp and winter melon in the summer is said to have slimming and whitening benefits. After preparing all the dishes, Yang stewed the grilled fish with sides in the pot. Then she began making the cake. The cake base from the bakery oven was beautiful, golden and fragrant, making one's mouth water. Mo Qishan exclaimed in surprise, Yang, are you making your own birthday cake? Yang nodded her head, cutting a piece of the cake and stuffing it into Mo Qishan's mouth. Brother Mo, taste if it's good or not. The bite was soft, with a strong milky fragrance. It was fluffy and melted in the mouth. It was sweet, but not too rich, incomparably more delicious than the ones sold outside. Delicious. Mo Qishan nodded his head. That's good. Yang took out cream, fruits, and cocoa sauce to start decorating the cake. Yang had baked 4 cake bases, intending to share with the village children. That meant she was making a 4-layered cake. She spread cream and cocoa sauce evenly on each layer, then topped with diced mango and strawberries. On the top layer, she decorated it with cute little cherries, before writing Happy Birthday with strawberry sauce. And just like that, a gorgeous birthday cake was completed. Simple, beautiful, and still delicious. After making the cake, she put it in the kitchen, planning to have it after lunch and then blow the candles on the cake. One table wasn't enough for everyone at noon, so Ni Yang combined 2 tables into one. Everyone chatted while eating, happy and content. After the meal, Ni Yang and Mo Chishan carefully moved the cake to the center of the table. Wow, such a beautiful cake. Yang, I heard from Lao Lu that you made this cake yourself? Ni Yang nodded. Yes, that's right. Yang, you are simply capable of everything. Lin Pingping exclaimed. Before meeting Ni Yang, Lin Pingping never knew a girl could be so strong. Ni Yang changed her perception of women and allowed her to see herself properly. If it weren't for Ni Yang, she wouldn't be where she is today. Ni Yang smiled and replied, Sister Pingping, it's just a cake. It isn't as exaggerated as you're saying. Old Mrs. Mo looked at Ni Yang, love overflowing in her eyes. How could such a good girl fall into her dog son's hands? She was somewhat reluctant to let Ni Yang marry Mo Chishan. Because little Ni Yun was so young, everyone helped to blow out the candles in the end. When the cake was being cut, Ni Yang purposely asked Yang Guobao to bring the other children from the village over. In an era like this, a cake is a rare delicacy. Normally, when a child's birthday comes around, they'd be lucky to have a hard-boiled egg. Whoever heard of having a cake? Some children were seeing cake for the first time. When each child received a piece of cake, they were all very happy and thanked Ni Yang politely. The fondness in the children's eyes for Ni Yang was not feigned. Old Mr. and Mrs. Mo were very surprised. They never thought that Ni Yang could be so popular in the village and so loving. Though there were many people, thankfully the cake was big enough for everyone to get a large slice. Old Mrs. Mo chuckled, This is my first time tasting such a delicious cake. This comment wasn't about complimenting Ni Yang. Ni Yang was a good baker, her cake was not too sweet or greasy, and there were fruits sandwiched in the middle. It tasted uniquely delicious, something one could not find in any cake shops of that era. The rest of them nodded in agreement. Even Wang Meifeng, who usually doesn't have a sweet tooth, ate a whole piece. They stayed at the Ni families until dusk before returning home. That night, Old Lady Mo and Old Man Mo sat on the bed chatting. Old man, Yang Yang's mom is really a good person, and she's beautiful. It's a pity that she became a widow at such a young age. As a woman, Old Lady Mo knew how difficult it was to be a single mother. Old Man Mo put down his newspaper. You want to play matchmaker again? Old Lady Mo laughed. You guessed it right. What do you think of Dehui? Old Man Mo hesitated for a while, then said, Dehui is a man of good character, his family background is decent, and he is a university professor. Indeed, he's quite a catch. But I don't know if he would be interested in Yang Yang's mom. After all, Shangguan Dihui's qualifications were clear for all to see, and being from a wealthy family, Old Man Mo's concerns were not without reason. Now it was Old Lady Mo's turn to be displeased. What's this? Shangguan Dihui isn't good enough for Yang Yang's mom? Yang Yang's mom is attractive, has a great figure, is educated. If anyone is to reject the other, it would be Yang Yang's mom rejecting Shangguan Dihui. In Old Lady Mo's eyes, Ai Cuihua was perfect. She was beautiful, sophisticated, and a few years younger than Shangguan Dihui. After being scolded by Old Lady Mo, Old Man Mo immediately admitted defeat. Yes, you are always right. Indeed I am. Old Lady Mo tossed back the covers and got off the bed. I'm calling Mrs. Lin right now. The Mrs. Lin that Old Lady Mo mentioned was a publicly recognized matchmaker in their circle. She loved matchmaking in her spare time. Not long after, Old Lady Mo returned looking dejected. Old Man Mo looked up. What happened? What did Mrs. Lin say? Old Lady Mo sighed. We were too late. Mrs. Lin has already introduced her niece to Dehui. Apparently, they both left good impressions on each other and are about to meet their parents to get engaged. Really? What a coincidence. Old Man Mo was a bit surprised. Precisely. Old Lady Mo continued. You know, Sufan has been gone for so many years, and Dehui never thought about finding a new wife. But why did he suddenly decide to marry now? Could it be that he found Daya? Old Lady Mo had a good relationship with Old Lady Shangguan, so she knew about Daya. Old Man Mo shook his head. I don't think so. Didn't you say Mrs. Lin introduced her niece to Dehui? How could their niece become Daya? Let's change the subject. I'll find a good match for Yang Yang's mom one day. Old Lady Mo continued. Oh, old man, have you noticed that Yang Yang's mom looks like someone? Who? Old Man Mo asked without lifting his head. Like Aching. Old Lady Mo said. Aching is the childhood name of Mrs. Zheng. Old Man Mo frowned. Old Lady Mo went on. Don't you think that the more you look at Yang Yang's mom, the more she looks like Aching when she was young? Old Lady Mo and Mrs. Zheng were like sisters. They grew up together. Now that Mrs. Zheng was old and didn't look like her young self anymore, only Old Lady Mo knew that Anaitahua resembled Mrs. Zheng in her youth. Upon hearing this, Old Man Mo slowly became serious. Yes, she does look somewhat like her. Could it be possible that Yang Yang's mom is Tingting? Old Lady Mo questioned. I guess not, Old Man Mo muttered. By the way, where did Yang Yang's mom say she was from this morning? Haiqing. Old Lady Mo remembered clearly. Haiqing is thousands of kilometers away from where Tingting was lost. It seems unlikely. 30 years ago, when transportation was underdeveloped, it would take several months to cover a distance of a few thousand kilometers. Chapter 509. Training Class. Mrs. Shangguan exposes the true faces of Lin Fang and her mother _1. Madame Mo said, So, I also found it strange, Yang Yang's mom looks a lot like Aching, but the location doesn't match. How could a 3-year-old child travel thousands of kilometers alone? It wasn't likely for human traffickers either, because in those times, there were abandoned baby girls everywhere, so why would traffickers steal a baby girl? If they were going to steal, they should steal a baby boy. Did you ask how old Yang Yang's mom is today? The old master Mo continued. No, I didn't, said Madame. I'll go ask Lulu. Having said that, Madame Mo turned around and walked towards Mo Kishin's room. Lulu. Madame Mo knocked on the door. Mom. It took a while before Mo Kishin finally opened the door. Lulu, I want to ask you something. Madame Mo spoke while walking in. Go ahead. Mo Kishin pulled out a chair for Madame Mo to sit down. How old is your mother-in-law this year? Madame Mo asked straight away. Why do you ask this? Mo Kishin wondered. Madame Mo said, Well, I've been thinking about introducing a match for your mother-in-law. Introduce a match? Mo Kishin looked at Madame Mo with a strange expression. He now had a little aunt who was still breastfeeding. Would they create a little uncle for him too? She was 36 last year, so she's 37 now. Mo Kishin poured a cup of tea for Madame Mo 37. Madame Mo calculated inside her heart. This age was just right for Zheng Tingting. So, are there still people on your mother-in-law's side? Madame Mo continued to ask. According to Yang Yang, she seems to have an uncle, but he's in jail because he got into some trouble. Mo Kishin explained vaguely. Madame Mo nodded her head, and then said, So, Yang Yang's maternal grandparents are gone then? Yes. Mo Kishin continued, Yang Yang's family situation is quite simple. Her paternal grandparents and father's side have also passed away. Madame Mo sighed. It hasn't been easy for Yang Yang. Losing so many loved ones at such a young age, now she not only has to support herself but also her mother and sister. Most importantly, she was still able to make life so prosperous. Not all girls have such a bold spirit. Having said that, Madame Mo added, Lu, you must treat Yang Yang well in the future. You are not allowed to bully her, okay? Madame Mo didn't know how many times she had said this. Mo Kishin nodded and smiled. Don't worry, I know. Well then, I won't disturb your sleep anymore. I'm going back. Madame Mo turned around and went towards the door. Mo Kishin saw her off. Mom, wait a minute. What is it? Madame Mo turned back. Mo Kishin continued, Who are you planning to introduce to my mother-in-law? Madame Mo said, I originally wanted to introduce Dehui to her, but Mrs. Lu said Dehui is about to get engaged to her niece. I'm still scouting someone. Oh. Mo Chishan nodded. After Madame Mo returned to her room, the old master Mo immediately asked, "How is it?" Madame Mo said, "The age of Yang Yang's mom is similar to Ting Ting's, it's just that the family background does not match. Yang Yang's mom also has a brother at her house. And Ai Zihua grew up in the countryside. During those times the preference for boys over girls was even more severe. Who would go and adopt a daughter for no reason? Maybe a family that was unable to bear children would." Old Master Mo continued, "Stop worrying about these things, it's been so many years. If Ting Ting were still around, she would have been found. If not, there's probably not much hope." Madame Mo casually threw a pillow at Old Master Mo. "Can you say something nice for once? What do you mean by, no hope? What if Ah-Ching hears this? How sad would she be?" Old Master Mo rubbed his nose. "Didn't you always say I have a prophet's mouth? Are you proud of that?" Old Master Mo. Today is the birthday of Madame Shangguan, so the entire Shangguan family is gathered. But they're all just family. Because it wasn't her actual birthday, Madame Shangguan didn't want to make a big fuss. Besides Shangguan Dehui, Shangguan Su, and Shangguan Shi, Shangguan Furong, her daughter, and Zhou Guojun, her son-in-law, as well as her grandchild Zhou Long and granddaughter Zhou Feng were also present. Madame Shangguan sat at the head of the table, glowing with health. In a moment, she put down her chopsticks and looked at Shangguan Dehui. "Dehui, how are things going with Lin Feng?" Chapter 510, Training Class. Lady Shangguan exposes the true faces of Lin Feng and her mother _2. "That's fine." Shangguan Dehui quickly put down his chopsticks. Lin Feng is the kind of woman who knows how to manage a household, and that's precisely what he's lacking, a wife. That's how their relationship stands. Since you've said it's fine, then it's good. Madame Shangguan hesitated for a moment and then continued, "Dehui, you're of age now, and Lin Feng isn't a young girl anymore. When you have some free time, bring her home for all of us to meet, and let's settle the wedding date early." "Mom, we can't simply settle such matters all of a sudden." Shangguan Furong jumped in. "What does that woman do for a living? Is she worthy of my brother? Don't let him marry a woman with ulterior motives." Shangguan Furong graduated from a postgraduate program, and the Zhou family is a traditional aristocratic family. Therefore, she always carries around an air of arrogance and particularly values equal social status in marriage. She does not want a sister-in-law unfit for public appearances. "Shangguan," she said with a smile, "Auntie, rest assured. Aunt Lin comes from an educated family, and even has a scholar among her ancestors 3 generations ago. Aunt Lin is also quite accomplished. She's currently teaching in a kindergarten." Shangguan Furong nodded. "An educated background is good. Your father has always been an excellent student, and if he marries any woman with just a junior high school education, it would not only be unsuitable, but they also wouldn't have common topics to discuss. Besides, being a teacher is a respectable job. In 1980s China, besides workers, there were 3 other prime professions. They were doctors, teachers, and public servants. Shangguan Furong has a higher level of education, so she could accept cultured people more easily. Was that woman married before? Or has she always been single?" Shangguan Furong then asked. "Shangguan," she replied, "Aunt Lin was married once before, but her husband died in a car accident a few years ago. She's been living alone ever since. She has a daughter named Changyu, who is 18 this year." Shangguan Furong said, "It's okay if it's a girl, she's bound to get married sooner or later anyway. If it were a boy, she would have to worry about whether he will compete with Shangguan Su for an inheritance. Does she have any other family members?" Shangguan Furong continued. "Shangguan," she replied, "Oh yes, Aunt Lin also tends to her sick, bedridden mother-in-law." Shangguan Furong slightly frowned. Madame Shangguan chuckled and said, "Having a bedridden mother-in-law isn't a problem, we can just hire a caregiver when the time comes. What I value the most is Lin Feng's character. Her willingness to care for her sick mother-in-law for many years without complaint shows that she is not a bad person." Shangguan Furong initially had some reservations, but upon hearing Madame Shangguan's words, she didn't have much to argue about anymore. She turned her head towards Shangguan Dehui and asked, "So, big brother, When are you planning to bring her home so we can see her? On the matter of remarrying, Shangguan Dehui has always been rather passive. Upon hearing this, he replied, "There's no need to rush. I'll discuss this with Xiaolin when I have the time." "Aren't you off work tomorrow? Just ask Xiaolin out tomorrow and talk to her about it. Dehui, at your age, every minute is precious. You can't delay Xiaolin." I understand." Shangguan Dehui nodded. Shangguan Furong stared thoughtfully at Shangguan Dehui. After dinner, she made a point to find Shangguan Dehui. "Big brother." "What is it?" Shangguan Dehui looked at Shangguan Furong. "Brother, are you still thinking about Daya?" Shangguan Furong narrowed her eyes. "No." Shangguan Dehui kept a straight face. "It's been so many years, I'm surprised you still remember. That incident created such a huge uproar back then. How could Shangguan Furong possibly forget? Shangguan Dehui almost ended up a confirmed bachelor. If it hadn't been for Madame Shangguan's threat, he would still be alone even now. Speaking of it, Shangguan Dehui is a man of deep affection. It's just a pity that fate can be so cruel. Big brother, you should stop thinking about her." Shangguan Furong continued, "Daya might not even remember who you are. You're the only one pining for her all these years." In truth, Shangguan Furong made a lot of sense. If Daya remembered Shangguan Dehui or also liked him, they wouldn't have missed each other all these years. Besides, in Shangguan Furong's eyes, Daya was simply not worthy of Shangguan Dehui. After all, Daya was just a country girl. She was a servant girl back then and is probably a rural housewife now. Her status just doesn't match the Shangguan family's. Chapter 511. Training Class. Mrs. Shangguan exposes the true faces of Lin Fang and her mother under score 3. Shangguan Dehui said with a smile, "You're overthinking it." Shangguan Furong said that Lin Fang seems to have decent qualifications, and though she may not come from a wealthy background, she's presentable. "Brother, you must seize the opportunity well." Shangguan Dehui nodded. Then Shangguan Dehui continued, "Brother, be honest with me, do you still have feelings for Daya?" "I've long forgotten about her." Shangguan Dehui said casually. Shangguan Furong said with a smile, "If you've really forgotten, then why haven't you found someone new over all these years?" Shangguan Dehui was silent for a while, eventually not saying much. During this period, having nearly finished dealing with other trivial matters including those concerning Li Xianxian, Ni Yang began to officially handle the restaurant's affairs. The renovation of the restaurant had already progressed by a third and was expected to open around August. Ni Yang wanted to create a different dining experience, prioritizing service first and then the dishes. After all, in the future there is a saying, service comes first. In the service indifferent 80s, elevating the overall service level would be a unique feature. Moreover, this time, Ni Yang was not setting up a budget restaurant, but venturing into a high-end restaurant, implementing a VIP membership system with no branches, just this one exclusive establishment. After all, scarcity breeds value. To elevate the overall service consciousness, there must be a distinctive corporate culture and a custom-made customer-first service manual. Having considered this early on, whenever Ni Yang had some free time, she would be found hunched over the table, drawing and writing. Indeed, what she was creating was this material. Ni Yang indeed had the advantage of experiences from her past life. As long as the marketing strategy remained unchanged, the rest was relatively simple. Early in the morning, Ni Yang had posted recruitment notices on the bulletin board next to the restaurant. Just as she finished posting, people began to gather around. The general manager's salary is 120 yuan, the deputy general manager's salary is 100 yuan, managers get 80 yuan, while regular waiters and food runners earn 40 yuan. Even dishwashers get 40 yuan. My goodness, am I seeing things? In this era, a teacher's salary is less than 30 yuan a month, and a waiter at a state-run hotel earns just 15 yuan a month. Yet here, a regular waiter's salary goes up to 40 yuan a month. How could people not be surprised? Ni Yang stood by and said with a smile, "You're not seeing things. It's really that much." If she wanted to offer a unique dining experience, naturally, she had to raise the wages. If everyone is getting the same salary, who would want to work themselves to the bone like a servant. An onlooking lady then asked, "Young lady, what is your role in this restaurant?" And I Young replied with a gentle smile, "I'm in charge of recruitment." The lady continued, "Young lady, then what position do you think would suit me? How old are you?" And I Young asked. "I'm 41 this year," the lady answered. Being 41 certainly wouldn't work for a front house position. And I Young said, "You could consider working in logistics." "What do logistics involve?" asked the curious lady. "That would be cleaning and dishwashing," and I Young explained. The lady nodded. "That could work. I might not be good at other things, but am good at washing dishes." In this era, private enterprises are scarce, and it's tough to get into state-owned units without connections, even for a dishwashing job. The lady didn't expect that she could earn 40 yuan a month just washing dishes. It was almost like found money. And I Young handed the lady a form and a pen. "If you are interested, please fill this out, and join us the day after tomorrow morning for a medical checkup at the hospital to get a health certificate. The day after that, you can start the pre-employment training." Since I Young was in the catering industry, health was very important. "A medical checkup?" The lady was stunned. "Young lady, this isn't some sort of trick to get me to do a health check, is it? A full body checkup costs a yuan." And I Young said with a laugh, "The cost will be covered by our restaurant. You won't need to pay a penny." "Really?" The lady was a bit skeptical. "Really?" And I Young nodded. "That's better," continued the lady. "So what's this training about? Is there a salary during the training period?" "The training period lasts a month, and the salary will be paid as usual." "Really?" The lady was somewhat incredulous. "Is there really such a great deal in the world?" And I Young smiled faintly and countered, "First, we aren't asking you for any money, and second, we don't want anything from you. What do you think I could deceive you out of? Besides, do you think Beijing's police would let me openly deceive people here?" Chapter 512. Training Class. Lady Shangguan exposes the true faces of Lin Fong and her mother _4. Joking aside, the police in Beijing are not to be trifled with. It's an era of severe crackdown. Who would dare to scam like this? Unless they want to serve a heavy sentence. After Ni Yang explained this, the old lady immediately dropped her guard and began filling out the form. Seeing how quickly the old lady filled out the form, the second and third applicants approached quickly. They were a mix of men and women, young and old, all applying for waitering, food delivering, and logistic positions. There were no applicants for the positions of general manager, deputy manager, and manager. However, Ni Yang was not shocked. After all, these positions required experience and a certain level of education. Also, it was only the first day of advertisement. Many people were still not aware of this opportunity. She believed there would definitely be inquiries tomorrow. In the evening, Ni Yang took a detour to Walt Road on her way home and bought some meat, vegetables, and pastries to take along. Although they had received the 10,000 yuan from Zheng Xianjing, Zhou Tianbao had not moved from his place. He was illiterate and could only earn a living as a laborer. However, the income from this work was barely enough to feed him, so he had to save the money for Fua's future wedding. As for education, he had already given up on the hope of Fua going to school. As long as Fua could grow up safely, get married, and pass down the Zhou family line, he would be satisfied. Sister Ni Yang. Seeing Ni Yang, Fua ran over enthusiastically and hugged Ni Yang. "Fua, there is mud on your hands, don't dirty Sister Ni Yang's clothes." Zhou Tianbao followed behind. Hearing this, Fua immediately let go of Ni Yang. Ni Yang smiled and said, it's okay. Fua, these are presents for you and your dad. Are you happy?" Ni Yang handed the bag in her hand to Fua. Fua hesitated and did not accept it right away, because his father had told him that Sister Ni Yang had already done a lot for them. They couldn't always be asking for more. "Take it." Zhou Tianbao said, "Miss Ni, you don't need to bring something every time you come. You've already helped our family a lot." Ni Yang said, "It's just a small token of appreciation, not a big deal. Please let Fua accept it." Zhou Tianbao didn't know what to say. He was really moved. "Miss Ni, you are really a good person." Ni Yang was not only a good person, but also a blessing to their family. Ever since they met Ni Yang, his health had improved greatly, Sun Dalian had been found, and they had even unexpectedly received 10,000 yuan. With this 10,000 yuan, they finally had something to rely on in Beijing. Miss and I, don't stand outside. Come inside and sit down. Fua hopped and skipped ahead to open the door for Ni Yang. The room was no longer as dirty and messy as before. Everything inside was neatly arranged, and it looked very comfortable at first glance. Zhou Tianbao took out the best tea leaves in the house and busily prepared tea for Ni Yang. Meanwhile, Fua took out his cherished candies. Sister Ni Yang, have some candy. Thank you, Fua. Ni Yang picked up a piece of candy. The candy had been stored for so long that it had stuck to its wrapper. However, Ni Yang didn't mind. Under Zhou Fua's expectant gaze, she unwrapped the candy and put it in her mouth. Miss Ni, be careful. It's hot. Zhou Tianbao put the teacup in front of Ni Yang. Thank you. Ni Yang continued, by the way, Fua's dad, are you still working at the grain store? Yes, Zhou Tianbao nodded. Ni Yang asked, how much do you earn in a month at the grain store? Zhou Tianbao answered, the grain store pays daily, 3 cents a day. 3 cents a day. Although she knew that the wages of laborers were low at that time, Ni Yang didn't expect that carrying grain, such a strenuous task, only paid 3 cents a day. That meant he only made 9 yuan a month, barely enough to get by. Have you thought about changing jobs? Ni Yang asked. After all, Fua is growing up, and he will need to attend primary school, middle school, high school, and university. Clearly, his current wage wasn't going to be enough for that. Only the wealthy could afford preschool in this era, so Ni Yang didn't mention it. Mentioning the issue of school, a bright light appeared in Fua's eyes. Zhou Tianbao smiled bitterly, I don't have an education, and I can't read. I can't find a better job. Even the job at the grain store cost me 3 yuan to get. I've thought about it, I won't let Fua go to school anymore. I have 10,000 yuan here. When Fua grows up, I'll take him back to the countryside, buy a house, and find a wife for him. Chapter 5:13. Training Class. Mrs. Shangguan exposes the true faces of Lin Fang and her mother. _5. The poor have their own way of living, as do the rich. Although it is impossible to find work without an education, it is still possible to return to the hometown and farm the land. Upon hearing this, Fua's eyes gradually darkened. He does not want to grow up to be like his father, but he is powerless to change the status quo. Ni Yang said, it's unacceptable not to let Fua go to school. I have a decent job here, would you like to try? What job? Zhou Tianbao asked. Warehouse manager, Ni Yang replied. What is a warehouse manager? Zhou Tianbao asked, somewhat puzzled. Ni Yang explained to him what a warehouse manager was. Ni Yang wanted to expand the restaurant, and a warehouse manager is definitely indispensable. Although the warehouse manager may seem like a minor role, it is actually very important as it manages the vital point of a restaurant. Ni Yang wouldn't trust anyone else with this position, but she could do so with Zhou Tianbao without hesitation. Zhou Tianbao is grateful and is not the same kind of person as Li Xianxian. Upon hearing this, Zhou Tianbao hesitated. I'm afraid I can't handle it, I can't read. What if I cause trouble for Ni Yang who trusts me so much? Ni Yang smiled and said, the warehouse manager checks the goods and equipment incoming and outgoing from the warehouse, keeps records, and distributes the goods. It's enough if you can make sure the accounts are correct. You don't need to recognize too many characters. I'm not asking you to start working right away, there's still over a month of training. Zhou Tianbao was somewhat lacking in self-confidence. Ni Yang continued, there will be a dedicated teacher to teach you. As long as you study hard, there will be no problem recognizing the basic characters. Adults, who have fully developed brains, can learn to recognize characters better than children as long as they are willing. Seeing that Zhou Tianbao was still indecisive, Ni Yang added, Fua is only 6 years old, his life has infinite possibilities. For the sake of Fua, you should give it a try. For a common family, education is perhaps not the only way out, but it is the best way. Among all things, only education is the most valuable. After a long hesitation, Zhou Tianbao finally accepted. All right, Miss I'll give it a try. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Rest assured, I won't let you down. Yang smiled and nodded. That's a deal. I believe in you. Come for training the day after tomorrow. The address is number 619, Jinxia Road. All right. Zhou Tianbao nodded. After finalizing this matter, Yang intended to say goodbye. Before leaving, Fua led Yang by the hand to show her his clay creations. Fua proudly said, Sister Yang, look, I made all these clay figures on my own. Yang looked at the clay figures, falling into an unexplained silence. After a while, she looked down at Fua and asked, Fua, what's your full name? Fua replied, My full name is Zhou Fua. Zhou Fua. Yang had originally thought Fua was just a nickname, but she never expected Fua to be his real name. Zhou Fua indeed. The later famous, large-scale jewelry brand that spread across the north and south was called Zhou Fua. Looking at how Fua was making clay figures, Yang was almost certain that Fua was the future founder of Zhou Fua Jewelry. The future jewelry magnate was different, even in the way he played with clay. Yang continued, Fua, could you tell me what these figures you've made are? Yang didn't expect to meet a future jewelry magnate. The feeling was quite mystical. Fua said, This is a ring, this is a bracelet, this is a gem necklace. Sister Yang, when I grow up, I will definitely buy these things and give them to you. Yang was surprised and said, Really? Really? Fua nodded seriously. Not only these things, but he also wanted to give Sister Yang all the best things in the world. Yang smiled and said, Then I should thank you in advance. Fua said shyly, You're welcome. The next day, Yang continued to recruit in front of the restaurant. As she predicted, the number of people who came to interview for the positions of general manager, deputy general manager, and manager increased on this day. After all, the salaries that she offered were relatively high. Under the attractive salaries, all positions were filled by the afternoon of the very same day. With the addition of the front of the house, the kitchen, logistics, and the managers, a total of 150 people were recruited. The restaurant has 3 floors in total, covering an area close to 2,000 square meters. It really wasn't too many to have 150 employees. Chapter 514, Training Class. Mrs. Shangguan exposes the true faces of Lin Feng and her mother _6. It's still in the development phase now. It's fine to keep recruiting if it gets too busy later on. The next morning, Yin arranged for 3 buses to take everyone to the hospital for physical examinations. There were a lot of people, so Yin didn't return home until late in the evening. Once the health certificates were issued, it was time to start training. The training for logistics and front desk waitstaff were separate. Yin rented 2 large rooms as classrooms and hired 4 instructors. All 4 instructors were foreigners. Chinese people at this time still hadn't fully embraced the concept of good customer service. Therefore, she had to bring in foreign instructors. Of course, the fees for the foreign instructors weren't cheap. But Yin didn't care about the cost. She was determined to make the restaurant successful and didn't begrudge spending money. Before training began, Yin gave a speech about her company culture and customer-first philosophy. These foreign instructors had been educated with the latest teaching methods, so they understood immediately what Yin meant. One foreign instructor gave Yin a thumbs up. Miss you are truly amazing. Who would think about putting customers first at this time? Even in Western countries, it was not a given to truly put customers first. Although this girl didn't look very old, her potential was enormous. China is becoming more and more powerful. Thank you. Yin smiled faintly. Yin sat in on 2 classes to ensure the instructors were teaching correctly before she left with peace of mind. Yin went to the noodle restaurant. Just as she reached the entrance, she bumped into Madame Shangguan as she was leaving. Yang. Madam. Yin greeted her with a smile. Madame Shangguan held Yin's hand. Yang, I haven't seen you in quite some time. Where have you been lately? Yen said, "I've been busy with some things recently, so I didn't come to the restaurant. I had some free time today, so I decided to visit." "Oh." Madame Shangguan nodded, then asked, "So does that mean you're free today?" "Yes." Yen nodded. Madame Shangguan continued, "Could you accompany me on a shopping trip? Xiaoxi isn't home today and Xiaoxiu is also unavailable." Yen, who liked Madame Shangguan dearly, agreed to accompany her, upon learning that she was alone. Together, they went shopping. They arrived at the clothing market, and Madame Shangguan asked, "Yang, what should I wear when I meet my future daughter-in-law for the first time?" Yen looked at Madame Shangguan in surprise. Madame Shangguan explained, "Xiaoxiu and Xiaoxi's mother passed away early." With that explanation, Yen understood. She pointed at one of the clothes. "That date red one is pretty good." It was a date red silk blouse, elegant but trendy, very suitable for the elderly. Madame Shangguan's eyes lit up, and she nodded in agreement. "This one is indeed good. Let me help you get it." The clothing market was big and there were many customers. The sales assistants could not provide one-on-one service, so Yen decided to do it herself. Just as she grabbed the blouse, it was forcefully snatched away by another hand. "Mom, look how nice this blouse is." Yen looked up slightly, saying calmly, "I saw this blouse first." "You saw it first? Then why is it in my hand now? Besides, can someone like you, a self-employed person who couldn't make it onto stage, afford such clothes?" Chang Yu scoffed, her face full of mockery. Yen had no impression of Chang Yu, but Chang Yu's impression of Yen was deeply ingrained. This disgraceful self-employed person, she took the title of class beauty on her first day in their class. Chang Yu despised her to the bone. Finally, having found a rare chance, Chang Yu was eager to humiliate Yen. Madame Shangguan furrowed her brow. "What's the matter with the way you talk, young lady? So, I can't even mention the word self-employed?" Chang Yu countered. "Xiaoya." Lin Fang pulled at Chang Yu's sleeve. The people who came to this clothing store were either rich or noble. Lin Fang was not brainless. She was about to marry into a wealthy family. Offending people at this critical timing was not a good idea. Chang Yu knew what Lin Fang was worried about and whispered, "That woman is a self-employed student who joined our class. You don't have to worry." A mere self-employed person, was there any need to fear offending her? Upon hearing this, Lin Fang relaxed. Chapter 5:15. Teaching Dominance in Life, Traveling Abroad _1. She was about to marry into a prestigious family, and a self-employed person like her was not worth her attention. Thinking this way, Lin Fang looked at Yang with a surge of contempt. In her view, how could a self-employed person afford to shop in such a luxurious clothing mall? Even herself, before she hooked up with Shangguan Dehui, couldn't afford to shop in such a place. She was there to pick out a piece of clothing for Shangguan old madam. After all, she would be meeting her future mother-in-law for the first time, so naturally, she needed to impress her. Moreover, the dress Chang Yu was holding was indeed quite nice, stylish and not at all old-fashioned, and it was made of real silk. It was bound to please Shangguan old madam. Lin Fang sneered sarcastically, "Xiaoya, why are you wasting your words on someone like her? Aren't you afraid of lowering your own status?" Her daughter was about to become a young miss of a wealthy family. How could she afford to get entangled with a self-employed person? It would be a laughingstock if word got out. Let's not forget, the wealthy families take their social standing very seriously. Chang Yu, with a smirk on her face, hooked arm with Lin Fang and pointedly said, "Some people like to pretend to be wealthy. They have no idea where they are. Can a self-employed person like her afford this dress? Such an embarrassment. A silk top that costs over 300 yuan. If it wasn't for the sake of showing respect to Shangguan old madam, they themselves wouldn't be willing to buy it, considering the clothes Lin Fang bought for herself only cost just over 100 yuan. During her relationship with Shangguan Dehui, Lin Fang had almost spent all her savings from over the years, including the compensation money she received after her husband's death. But these were all temporary. Once Lin Fang marries into the Shangguan family, she would become a rich lady. Then, how much money would she have? The more Chang Yu thought about it, the more smug she felt. She acted as if she had already become a young wealthy miss. Shangguan old madam's face darkened. Shangguan old madam, who had been indulged all these years, was used to being treated with respect. When had she ever been treated with such disrespect? She had never seen such disrespectful and uneducated people. She wondered how they were brought up in their homes. Apologize. You must apologize to us now. Lin Fong looked at Shangguan old madam and sneered, Apologize? Why should we apologize to you? Since when was it forbidden to call a spade a spade? If anyone should be apologizing, it's you. Do you know how much time you've wasted by entangling with us? Time is money, and our valuable time can't be made up with a mere apology. Lin Fong played her victim card impeccably. Chang Yu placed her hands on her hips and threatened, Apologize. If you don't apologize to us today, it'll make you regret it. With the Shangguan family's influence in Beijing, it would be easy to deal with these two people. Just earlier, Shangguan old madam thought these two mother and daughter were rude, but now she felt they were shamelessly disgraceful. They were utterly shameless. Shangguan old madam was trembling with anger. It's not worth getting mad over such people. Ai Yang held Shangguan old madam's arm. Old madam, let's leave. You want to leave before apologizing to us? Chang Yu rudely extended her arm to block Ai Yang and Shangguan old madam's path. Don't overstep your boundaries. Ai Yang raised her eyes slightly, a hint of coldness in their depths, causing Chang Yu to flinch slightly. That was not the look of a mere self-employed person. It was slightly terrifying. But she was about to become the daughter of a rich family. How could Ai Yang compete with her? Thinking this, Chang Yu regained her courage, raised her hand and swung towards Ai Yang's face. You wench. Apologize or not. There were no salespeople or other customers here. If Ai Yang got slapped, she would have to swallow her grievances. Moreover, Chang Yu had long wanted to slap Ai Yang. Today, she finally got the chance to vent some steam. Although Ai Yang knew Chang Yu was targeting her, she was clueless about when she had crossed paths with such a character. There were 60 to 70 people in her new group, and she had only attended a few meetups. Apart from Han Xiaoyu, who she was closest to, she had no recollection of anyone else. Smack! A crisp slap reverberated in the air. By the time Shangguan old madam and Lin Fong regained their senses, they saw Ai Yang slowly retracting her hand from midair. She held Chang Yu's raised hand with a smile on her face. Since no one at home taught you how to behave, I guess I'll have to step in to do the job. Chapter 516. Dominance teaches how to be a human, traveling abroad undersuit. Her voice was soft, but her momentum was strong. She was like an elder scolding a youngster. Lin Fong covered her mouth in surprise, her eyes filled with terror. She never thought that the person who'd been slapped was Chang Yu. You dare to hit me? Chang Yu exclaimed in disbelief. Well, why not slap you? Don't agree with it? If there's a next time, it won't be as simple as a slap. She radiated audacity, shining brightly from head to toe, attracting attention. Do you know who I am? Staring at her, Ai Yang said slowly, even if you're the king's father, I won't hesitate to hit you. Chang Yu's almond eyes seemed to burn with fire. Ai Yang, I tell you, my father is very powerful. I will make you regret what you did. You just wait. Hearing this, old lady Shangguan frowned slightly. She was thinking that Chang Yu's father must not be a good person either. Why else would he have raised a daughter like this? What a sad family. All right, it'll be ready any time. Ai Yang responded with a light smile. This is too much. Ai Yang is really too much. Chang Yu wished she could kill Ai Yang right then. You let me go. Chang Yu squirmed. At this moment, Lin Fong also snapped out of it and rushed over. Let my daughter go. Originally, Lin Fong wanted to call the police to get justice for her daughter, but she was headed to the Shangguan family in 2 days to recognize her relatives. This was a crucial time. It was better to avoid trouble. After all, there are many taboos in wealthy families. Moreover, they were not in the right here. Chang Yu was the first to act, and Ai Yang was just defending herself. Get out! With those words, Ai Yang grabbed Chang Yu's hand and flung her harshly. Chang Yu lost her footing and toppled onto Lin Fong. Then, Anai Yang pulled out a plain white handkerchief from her pocket and carefully wiped her fingers. After cleaning one hand, she moved to the other, behaving as if she had touched something disgusting. After she finished, Anai Yang balled up the handkerchief and threw it into a trash can 10 meters away, right in front of the mother-daughter duo. Chang Yu's already swollen face turned a shade of purplish red from anger. "Madam, let's go." Anai Yang cheerfully linked arms with Old Lady Shangguan, and they strolled off. "All right." Old Lady Shangguan happily followed Anai Yang after seeing Chang Yu slapped. Pissed off, Chang Yu stomped her foot and tried to run after them, but Lin Fong held her back. "Mom." Chang Yu was not satisfied. Was she just supposed to accept the slap? Lin Fong said, "We're going to the Shangguan family the day after tomorrow. It's better to avoid trouble at such times. Also, the individual is not as easy to bully as you think." If it were really so easy to bully, Chang Yu wouldn't have been slapped. "You just watched as I was bullied. Are you really my mom?" Chang Yu screamed angrily. Lin Fong said, "You're my daughter, how can I not be heartbroken when you're bullied? But now is not the time for revenge. In a few days after I marry your uncle Shangguan, you can take revenge however you like." Lin Fang's words placated Chang Yu. Right? She just needs to endure for now. She will make Anai Yang pay later. Chang Yu bit her lip and then asked, "We're going to the Shangguan family the day after tomorrow. What should I do about the wound on my face?" "Let's pay for the clothes first. Then we'll go to the pharmacy and get some medicine. Once we're home, I'll put an egg on it for you. It'll be better in 2 days." "All right." In a sense of helplessness, Chang Yu agreed. "Just wait, when the time comes, she will disfigure Anai Yang's face and make her regret today's actions." Lin Fong and Chang Yu went to pay for the clothes and then visited the pharmacy. Meanwhile, Anai Yang and Old Lady Shangguan arrived on the second floor. Today's Anai Yang surprised Old Lady Shangguan. She originally thought Anai Yang could only tolerate being beaten. Who would have thought that Anai Yang would win so beautifully? Impressive. Really impressive. Young girls nowadays rarely have her kind of courage. "Yang, did you learn martial arts?" Old Lady Shangguan asked. In her previous life, Anai Yang did learn martial arts. After all, she was a rich lady. How could she not have some self-defense skills? Plus, after being reborn and saving a high-ranking official, her strength had increased. Actually, Anai Yang in her previous life wasn't this impressive. Chapter 517, Dominance Teaches How to Be a Human, Traveling Abroad _3. "I've learned a bit of martial art," Anai Yang answered truthfully. "Good, good," Lady Shangguan nodded in approval. "It's indeed good for a girl to learn some self-defense skills. They'll have Xiaoxi start learning it when we get back home." Anai Yang smiled and nodded. Lady Shangguan continued, "That mother-daughter duo just now was really troublesome. Anyone who marries such a girl would be bringing misfortune upon his family." "Indeed, quite troublesome," Anai Yang added. "I had a feeling that girl was targeting me, but I've never even met her before. It's really strange. I think they did it on purpose. Snobbish bitches. Just because they have a bit of money, they start acting as if they're from the high and mighty." Lady Shangguan's impression of Lin Fong and Chang Yu couldn't have been worse. After all, it was the first time in her life that she had come across such outrageous people. "The dress from before is available here too. Do you want to buy it?" Anai Yang pointed to an identical dress. "No need. Who would want to wear the same clothing as those types of people? Yang, let's choose something different." "All right." Anai Yang nodded slightly. This time Anai Yang chose a noblewoman's dress for Mrs. Mo, complemented by a cord-knitting silk scarf. It must be stated, Anai Yang had a discerning eye. After Mrs. Mo put on this dress, she looked several years younger, her elegance radiating. "Yang, is it pretty?" Lady Shangguan twirled around like a child. "Yes, like an elderly empress dowager," Anai Yang seriously complimented. Laughing, Lady Shangguan replied, "You're always making up stories to indulge me." "I'm telling the truth." Lady Shangguan happily went to pay the bill. Just as Lin Fong and Chang Yu got home, a distinguished guest arrived. This person was Lin Hohot, Lin Fang's aunt. Since she married well at an early age, she was now considered a semi-high society member and everyone called her Auntie Lin. Why only a semi-high society member? Because her husband's financial standing paled in comparison to half of the other high society members, and that is why she's so keen on playing matchmaker. Once a match is made, their family gains the support of 2 more dependable families. Fortunately, the high society lacked this profession. Real high society ladies would not be willing to stoop to playing matchmaker and being subjected to others' orders. Auntie's here. Lin Fang courteously welcomed Auntie Lin into the house. Even the usually arrogant and domineering Chang Yu greeted, "Hello, Auntie Grandma." Good. Auntie Lin nodded in satisfaction. Xiaoye is getting prettier as she grows. She'll definitely be successful in the future. A hint of complacency appeared at the corner of Chang Yu's mouth. Lin Fang said, "Look at this child, she knows nothing. Hurry up and thank your Auntie Grandma." Chang Yu promptly said, "Thank you, Auntie Grandma." Auntie Lin continued, "But what happened to your face? Lin Fang, did you hit her?" Upon hearing this, a hint of malice flickered in Chang Yu's eyes. "All because of that bitch and Yang." Lin Fang nonchalantly answered, "How could I hit her? She bumped into a wall by herself." "Oh," Auntie Lin continued, "you'll soon be going to the Shangguan family to be recognized as a relative. It's better not to have any injuries on your face. The wealthy families pay great attention to appearances." "Auntie, don't worry, I'm aware of that." Looking at Chang Yu, Lin Fang continued, "Hurry and pour some tea for your Auntie Grandma." "All right." Lin Fang pulled out a chair. "Auntie, please sit." Her chances of marrying into the Shangguan family greatly increased thanks to Auntie Lin. Without her introducing the match, where else could she have such an opportunity? At this moment, Lin Fang would happily put Auntie Lin on a pedestal and worship her like a bodhisattva. Because her mother-in-law looked down upon her, Auntie Lin usually had to suffer in their family. Only here, with Lin Fang, could she experience what it felt like to be important. Auntie Lin laughed and said, "Lin Fang, there's no need to be so courteous, we're family." "Auntie, did you come over because there's something you need to tell me?" Lin Fang asked. Auntie Lin nodded. "Lin Fang, you're going to the Shangguan house to be recognized as a relative in 2 days. Have you prepared any gifts for Lady Shangguan?" "Don't worry, I've prepared everything." "That's good." Auntie Lin continued, "Lin Fang, the Shangguan family is not an ordinary one. After you get there, be sure to watch your behavior and speech. You have already won over Shangguan Dehui, so now all you have to do is please Lady Shangguan. Lady Shangguan, being from Jiangnan, loves sweet foods. You should use this opportunity to show off your culinary skills." Chapter 518. Teaching Dominance in Life, Traveling Abroad _ I get it. Lin Fang nodded. "Auntie, haste your tea." Chang Yu placed the brewed tea in front of Granny Lin. Lin Fang looked up and said, "You should go inside and study. Your auntie and I still have things to discuss." "Okay." Chang Yu turned and walked towards the room. Lin Fang turned to Granny Lin and whispered, "Auntie, do you think Xiaoye has a chance of marrying into the Shangguan family?" Granny Lin was startled. She did not expect Lin Fang to be so ambitious. "That's hard to say." Granny Lin responded, "However, considering Xiaoye's appearance, if she works hard, I suppose there shouldn't be any issue. Chang Yu was quite pretty, otherwise she wouldn't have been class belle in the past." Lin Fang's eyes lit up. "So, the Shangguan family is not bothered by such things?" Granny Lin patted Lin Fang's hand. "Fang, don't worry too much about it for now. Think about these things slowly after marrying into the Shangguan family." "Okay." Lin Fang nodded, her mind filling with calculations. "Hungry. I'm hungry. I'm starving." A pitiful cry broke the silence. Lin Fang's face was burning with wrath. Granny Lin glanced towards the direction of the storage room and asked with a complicated expression, "Is that old hag still alive?" "No." Lin Fang shook her head, gritting her teeth. "Although that damned old hag is paralyzed, her other organs are still functioning. Lin Fang only tosses a few buns at old Lady Chang each day, but she just wouldn't die. Auntie, do you think I should? Lin Fong gave Granny Lin a suggestive look halfway through her sentence. Old Lady Chang no longer has any other children. If anything happened, there wouldn't even be anyone to report it. Furthermore, Lin Fong had been taking care of her for 3 years. For 3 years, the reputation of being a good daughter-in-law has already spread. Keeping Old Lady Chang around serves no other purpose. Not only was she useless, but she was also exasperating. No way. Granny Lin immediately put a stop to Lin Fang's idea. Why not? Lin Fang was puzzled. Granny Lin continued, the Shangguan family values your virtuous and filial character, especially the matriarch of the Shangguan family. If anything goes wrong with this old hag at this stage, they might suspect something. Lin Fang asked incredulously, do I have to bring this damned old hag to the Shangguan family? Granny Lin laughed. The Shangguan family has many servants. Even if you were to bring her to the Shangguan family, it wouldn't increase your burden. On the contrary, it would make you more impressive in the Shangguan family's eyes. That makes sense, Lin Fang continued, but what if that damned old hag keeps spouting nonsense? That's simple, just give her some mute drugs when the time comes, and you won't have to worry about it. With this said, Lin Fang felt completely reassured. All right, take this. Granny Lin handed Lin Fang an exquisite bag. What is this? Lin Fang was curious. This is Ice Skin Jade Face Cream. Granny Lin continued, you're about to become a wealthy lady. You have to keep up with the trends in high society. At present, the Ice Skin Jade Face Cream had become a popular trend in high society. Lin Fang watched as she opened the bag. Oh, it's skincare products. Granny Lin continued, don't look down on these skincare products. Every matron and miss of high society is using them. There's a whitening and moisturizing cream that's limited to 60 bottles per store every month. Not only is it expensive, but you also need to reserve it 3 months in advance. Granny Lin added, give this Ice Skin Jade Face Cream to Shangguan Furong. She'll be thrilled. As far as I know, the matriarch of the Shangguan family listens to Shangguan Furong. Granny Lin, having spent many years navigating high society, had a deep understanding of the people within it. It doesn't feel right, Auntie. You've already helped me so much. Lin Fang refused. That's not true. Granny Lin continued, Fang, you are my own niece. As long as you remember your auntie when you marry into the Shangguan family, that's enough. Lin Fang immediately nodded, you can count on me, Auntie. I can forget anyone, but never you. You're even closer to me than my own mother. A satisfied expression crossed Granny Lin's eyes. By the way, have you been intimate with Shangguan Dehui? After all, she was a woman who had been married before. Asking such a question was not a taboo for her. Lin Fang blushed. No. It seems like this Shangguan Dehui really is a true gentleman. Granny Lin continued, Fang, I know you're an ambitious girl. You have to plan for your future in a way that covers all bases. The Shangguan family already has 2 children, Shangguan Shi and Shangguan Su, so you need to think about bearing another one. Chapter 519. Dominance teaches how to be a human, traveling abroad undersea. Have another child? An expression of difficulty flickered through Lin Fang's eyes. If she could have another child, would she still entertain the idea of marrying Chang Yu to Shangguan Su? Of course, these were things she could not say to the old lady Lin. Lin Fang nodded, okay, I understand. After instructing her on a few things, the old lady Lin left. Lin Fang saw her off to the bottom of the apartment block. By the time Ni Yang finished shopping for clothes with the old lady Shangguan, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. Taking advantage of this time, Ni Yang visited the 4 noodle restaurants and milk tea shops, which were now managing stable incomes. Next, Ni Yang headed to the skincare shop. Through her efforts over this period, Ni Yang had now opened 3 branches of Ice Skin Jade Skin. Looking at the empire she built single-handedly, a faint smile surfaced at the corner of Ni Yang's mouth. The feeling of independence without relying on anyone else was truly great. However, her goal of becoming the richest woman was still a long way off. She still had to make her business bigger and better. After leaving the skincare shop, Ni Yang entered a cafe, ordered a cup of rose summer coffee and a delicate pastry. Rose summer coffee is one of the top-grade coffees in the world. In the future, a cup of it would sell at a staggering price of 1,000 yuan. In the 80s in China, it sell for 180 yuan a cup. Adding a pastry, it totaled 220 yuan. Life sometimes requires some ceremonial senses, so Ni Yang didn't find it pricey. There was a small desk calendar on the table. It was only then that Ni Yang belatedly realized that today was the 2nd of July. Ni Qihua's birthday was on July 8th. Last year was her first year in Beijing. At this time, she was busy selling pickled vegetable noodles and inadvertently forgot about Ni Qihua's birthday, but she couldn't forget about it this year. What should she give Ni Cuihua? As Ni Yang stirs her coffee, she thought, Ni Cuihua doesn't seem to lack anything now. Why not take Ni Cuihua out for a trip? Traveling not only relaxes one's mood, but it also exposes the traveler to local customs, thus broadening their horizons. Wasn't there a popular saying in the future? The world is so big, I want to see it. It just so happens that the restaurant hasn't opened yet, so she can relax and travel. Once the restaurant opens, Ni Yang will be busy again. So, where should Ni Cuihua be taken? Ni Yang squinted her eyes and decided on Miami, Shisua Island in M country. M country's economy is well developed. Affected by the invasion of China, China was far behind M country. At this time, the living standard of M country had already reached that of the year 2000 in China. This trip would surely benefit Ni Cuihua immensely. Ever since her rebirth, Ni Yang has been trying to broaden Ni Qihua's horizons. Ni Cuihua hasn't been abroad or seen the sea, so this is perfect. That evening, Ni Yang mentioned this plan at the dinner table. Ni Cuihua declined. Going abroad would be such a waste of money. Isn't it just a birthday? There's no need for such grand preparations. Ni Yang laughed and said, You don't have to worry about the money. Ni Cuihua knew Ni Yang had money, but she didn't want to waste it because she knew that it wasn't easy for Ni Yang to earn money. After all, she had been selling spicy sticks for more than 2 months and only earned over 1,000 yuan. Ni Chingui commented, Yang Yang's mom, Yang Yang is sincere in her filial piety, so don't refuse. I've been wanting to travel. Have you noticed that Chunhua hasn't been home since last year? Ni Yang turned her head towards Ni Chingui. Auntie and I, why don't you come with us? Ni Chingui said, I won't go. If I were to go, I would let my daughter Chunhua take me. As much as she said that, Ni Chingui knew she couldn't rely on her daughter at all. Although her daughter had a stable job, the pay was low. She was in the kind of situation where she had no shortage of small changes but lacked large sums of money. Otherwise, she wouldn't hesitate to come home during holidays because round-trip fares for both her and her husband would cost them almost 300 yuan. That was still money, wasn't it? Such a job is at best just good-looking, and it can't compare with Ni Yang's. Ni Chingui had already accepted. She couldn't count on her daughter anymore in this lifetime. Ni Yang continued, Auntie and I, just come with us. Consider it an early employee benefit from me. If you don't go, my mother won't go either. Going abroad would cost a lot. Ni Chingui was not the sort of ignorant person. Yang, don't be polite. Besides, I can't go now anyway. You and your mother should go. After saying that, Ni Chingui continued, Don't worry, Cuihua. I will take good care of the chickens and ducks at home. But Ni Cuihua still refused. Ni Yang held Ni Qihua's hand. Mom, can you come with me? I really want to go to M country. Ni Cuihua said, Then you can go and play by yourself. Young people like you should travel around and broaden your horizons. I'm really not interested in traveling. M country, F country, I think they're no better than our China. Ni Yang laughed and said, I'm just asking you to go for a trip, not to settle down there. Besides, are you sure you'd let me go and play alone? What if I, a young girl, run into some bad people? Mom, don't you worry about me? At these words, Ni Qihua's originally firm heart began to waver. She was afraid Ni Yang might run into danger. Mom, just come with me, said Ni Yang, pushing the envelope. Ni Chingui added from the side, Cuihua, you should go with Yang Yang. It's rare for Yang Yang to be so filial. Besides, it's indeed unsafe for a young girl to travel alone. Only then did Enai Tsuehua agree with some hesitation. Enai Yang continued, then we'll apply for passports tomorrow. Although identity cards were only legally established in 1986, a passport was already needed to travel abroad at that time. Just like in contemporary times, one needed to go to the Public Security Bureau's immigration department to process it. Visa applications had to go through the consulates of various countries. In the 1980s, the closed national doors reopened, igniting a wave of going abroad. Therefore, passports and visas of this era were relatively easy to obtain. What is a passport? Enai Tsuehua asked with confusion. Enai Yang explained, a passport is a document that can prove your nationality and identity. Without a passport, you cannot go abroad. Enai Tsuehua nodded. Oh, I see. The next day, Enai Yang took Enai Tsuehua to apply for a passport early in the morning. Today was also the day when Lin Fang took Chang Yu to the Shangguan family to acknowledge kinship. In the morning, Shangguan Dehui drove to pick up Lin Fang. This was Chang Yu's first time riding in a car. Prior to this, she had only taken electric trams, so it all felt a bit surreal. Lin Fang and her daughter Chang Yu sat in the back seat while Shangguan Dehui drove. How old is Xiaoye this year? Is she still in school? Shangguan Dehui asked. Although he and Lin Fang had been seeing each other for quite some time, Shangguan Dehui only knew she had a daughter and didn't know any other specifics. Chang Yu replied politely, Uncle Shangguan, I'm 17 this year. I'm currently a junior at number 3 City High School. After the summer vacation, I'll be a senior. Shangguan Dehui nodded, looking at Xiaoye, I bet her grades are excellent. Not bad, Chang Yu replied modestly. In fact, she ranked first in all her exams, her performance was outstanding. Shangguan Dehui continued, your senior year is the crucial time. Have you thought about which college you want to apply to? Chang Yu replied, I want to apply to Beijing University, but I don't know if I can get in. Chapter 520, Lin Fang and her daughter's dream of a wealthy life is shattered. _1 Beijing University is a key project 985 school, and with Chang Yu's current grades, there should be no problem. Hearing this, Shangguan Dehui nodded in satisfaction. Being a university professor, he liked students with excellent scores. Lin Fang was very satisfied with Chang Yu's performance. After being around Shangguan Dehui for so long, Lin Fang knew that his approval of Chang Yu had been granted. The car was swift and in no time, they arrived at the Shangguan's residence. The Shangguan's house was a real mansion. In front of it was a magnificent villa, and behind lay a line of servant rooms. In order to enter the villa's main entrance, one needs to cross an artificial pond, which wasn't too big, around 20 to 30 meters wide. A narrow bridge crossed over the pond that was home to water lilies, and beneath the lily pads, koi carp of red and white darted back and forth. Crossing this stone bridge, you could see 2 majestic stone lions standing at the front of the villa. When had Chang Yu ever experienced such grandeur? Even on TV, she had never seen anything like it. Just the thought that the villa, the fish pond, and these giant stone lions will all be hers one day elated her beyond measure, and she couldn't suppress her smile. Lin Fang was also visiting the Shangguan's house for the first time. Despite mentally preparing herself beforehand, she was still unable to control her shock. The Shangguans were freaking rich. But Lin Fang managed to keep her emotions under control, striving not to resemble a naive countrywoman and to avoid becoming a joke, like Granny Lu entering the Grandview Garden. Xiaoye. Lin Fang quietly grabbed Chang Yu's hand and whispered a reminder. Chang Yu, being younger, couldn't control her facial expressions as strictly as Lin Fang, but after Lin Fang's warning, she quickly composed herself and stopped glancing around impertinently. This way. Shangguan Dehui took the lead, unaware of the interaction between the mother and daughter. All right. Lin Fang replied with a smile. As they approached the main entrance, a servant greeted them and took the car keys and coat from Shangguan Dehui. Sir, you're back. Shangguan Dehui nodded and introduced, this is Lin Fang, and this is her daughter Chang. The servant respectfully greeted them. Lin Fang and Chang Yu were both slightly taken aback, This was their first time interacting with a servant. And to have a servant greet them with such respect. The superior feeling was quite satisfying. Chang Yu didn't know how to respond, but Lin Fang quickly replied, "Hello." Although the person was just a servant, she was visiting the Shangguan's house for the first time and didn't want to leave a poor impression. Leading them deeper into the house, Shangguan Dehui showed them around the grand and glittering mansion, resembling an ancient palace. At this point, Lin Fang couldn't contain her astonishment anymore and was on the verge of exclaiming in wonder. Chang Yu had her eyes wide open, not missing a single corner. The villa was enormous, and it took a while for Shangguan Dehui to lead them to the main hall. There were a few people sitting on the sofa in the main hall. Seeing Shangguan Dehui bring people in, Shangguan Shi immediately welcomed them and said, "Dad, Aunt Lin. This must be Chang Yu, right?" Lin Fang quickly replied, "Xiaoya, this is your sister Shi." Chang Yu came forward and grabbed Shangguan Zai's hand. "Sister Shi, my mom has long told me how beautiful you are, but you're even more beautiful in person than I imagined." Who doesn't enjoy being complimented? Especially for being pretty. Shangguan Shi had a quite good first impression of her potential sister. "Chang Yu, you're very beautiful too." In fact, Chang Yu was indeed a beauty, with her standard almond-shaped eyes, oval face, and slender figure. "Feng, Sister Su, this is Lin Fang and her daughter, Chang Yu." Shangguan Dehui went on to introduce Lin and Chang to the two women on the couch. One of them was Shangguan Furong. The other was Su Fen's older sister, Su Lian. When Shangguan Dehui remarried, as an aunt to both Shangguan Su and Shangguan Shi, Su Lian certainly had to be present to oversee things. Some stepmothers harbor bad intentions. Moreover, the Shangguans were such a renowned family, she couldn't let others deprive her niece and nephew of what should be theirs. Su Lian examined Lin Fang openly. Indeed, from the moment the mother-daughter duo entered the hall, she had begun to size them up. How should she put it? She felt that the mother and daughter had a bit of an unsophisticated aura, as if they wouldn't fit in high society. Lin Fang followed behind Shangguan Dehui, exchanging pleasantries. "Xiaoya, you just call them Aunt and Aunt Su." Shangguan Dehui directed at Chang Yu. Chapter 521, Lin Fang and her daughter's dream of living in luxury shattered _2. "Hello, Auntie, hello, Auntie." Chang Yu greeted politely. "Auntie?" Lin Fang felt something was off the moment she heard those words. So this woman was Su Fen's sister, Shangguan Dehui's original wife? How many years has Su Fen been dead, and why Su Lian is still involved with the Shangguan family? Is she eyeing the Shangguan family's property? That's too shameless. Shangguan Furong had a good impression of Chang Yu, smiling and nodded. Although Su Lian was a little dissatisfied, she did not show it. Shangguan Dehui turned to Shangguan Shi. "Where is your grandma and your brother?" Shangguan Shi said, "Grandma felt a sudden headache when she got up this morning. Brother took her to the hospital." "Went to the hospital? Is the old lady all right? Should we go to the hospital to check?" Lin Fang asked anxiously. Shangguan Shi smiled and said, "Auntie Lin, you don't have to worry. I just called and Grandma is fine, they are on their way back." "That's good." Lin Fang sighed in relief. Her worried look was such that someone who didn't know would think Lin Fang was the birth daughter of the Shangguan matriarch. Shangguan Dehui continued, "Quickly sit down, don't stand." Only then did Lin Fang sit down with Chang Yu. Lin Fang picked up the gift box she had prepared in advance. "This is a gift I prepared for the old lady, this one is for Furong." At this moment, with both Shangguan Furong and Su Lian present, it was somewhat inappropriate for Lin Fang to bring up the matter of gifts. Because both Shangguan Furong and Su Lian, like Shangguan Su and Shangguan Shi, were their elders, but Lin Fang hadn't prepared a gift for Su Lian. This made Su Lian feel a little embarrassed. What kind of person is Lin Fang? Does she not realize this? In reality, she did this on purpose to embarrass Su Lian. What was Su Lian? A mere outsider. The Shangguan family gave her a little face by calling her big sister. If the Shangguan family didn't want to deal with her, she would be less than a pile of dog shit. Su Lian had no right to criticize her. Lin Fang did this intentionally, to let Su Lian see her place. By coincidence, Shangguan Furong and Su Lian didn't get along. Shangguan Furong smiled and said, "You even prepared a gift for me?" Seeing Shangguan Furong like this, Lin Fong felt reassured. She handed the prepared gift box to Shangguan Furong. "I hope you won't mind, Furong." Shangguan Furong took the gift box, opened it and exclaimed, "It's ice skin jade flesh. I've wanted this moisturizing cream for so long but I haven't been able to buy it. You're so thoughtful. No woman does not love beauty. Especially since ice skin jade flesh was so hard to buy." Lin Fong smiled and said, "I'm glad you like it, Furong." After a pause, she added, "I didn't know Big Sister would be here today, so I didn't prepare a gift for her. I hope she won't mind." This was directed at Su Lian. Su Lian wasn't going to get angry with Lin Fong over this, but she felt even more so that Lin Fong wasn't fit to be the stepmother of Shangguan Su and Shangguan Shi. She was too common. Su Lian smiled and said, "You're too kind." Then she turned to Shangguan Dehui and said, "Dehui, can I speak to you for a minute?" Although Su Fun had long passed away, Shangguan Dehui has always respected this sister of his wife. Otherwise, he wouldn't have invited Su Lian to such an important occasion. Lin Fong stared at the retreating figures of the two. Did she underestimate Su Lian's standing in the Shangguan family? "Take a drink, don't mind her." Shangguan Furong poured tea for Lin Fong. "Alright, thank you." Seeing Shangguan Furong, Lin Fang's anxious heart gradually calmed down. Shangguan Dehui followed Su Lian into the yard. Su Lian got straight to the point. "Dehui, I don't agree with you being with Lin Fong." Shangguan Dehui was stunned. "Why?" Su Lian continued, "The Shangguan family is of high status. You're a professor, Xiaoxiu is a bank president, Xiaoxi is a postgraduate student. Lin Fong is too narrow-minded, can't hold the stage, she will shame you and Xiaoxiu and Xiaoxi." "Sister, do you have any misconceptions about Lin Fong?" Shangguan Dehui asked. "I'm speaking the truth, anyway, I disagree with this." Su Lian was very firm. "Su Lian, are you upset because Lin Fong didn't give you a gift?" Shangguan Furong joined the conversation. "Do I look like that kind of person?" Su Lian turned to look at Shangguan Furong. Chapter 522, The Luxury Dream of Lin Fong and Her Daughter Shattered _3. Shangguan Furong laughed and said, "I think they look quite alike." Su Lian was overly fond of poking her nose into other people's business. Throughout these years, she interfered in everything regarding Shangguan Su and Shangguan Shi, behaving as if the Shangguan family would mistreat these two children. That's why Shangguan Furong had never liked Su Lian. Su Lian frowned slightly, that Lin Fong at first glance doesn't look like someone who is content and suited for a family-oriented life. I would agree if she becomes the wife of the Shangguan family, but if she is to become the mother of Xiaoxiu and Xiaoxi, I would be the first to disagree. A mocking look appeared between Shangguan Furong's brows. "Sister Su Lian, before you said that, did you ask Xiaoxi and Xiaoxiu how they feel? As far as I know, both of them really like Lin Fong." Her words imply that Su Lian was being nosy. After all, the main parties, Shangguan Su and Shangguan Shi, hadn't said anything yet. Was it Su Lian's turn to have a say? A shade of displeasure flashed across Su Lian's face. Shangguan Furong continued, "Brother, I think Lin Fong is quite good, and Xiaoxiu and Xiaoxi both seem to like her too." Su Lian chose not to say anything more. Shangguan Dehui followed up, "Let's wait until Mom and Xiaoxiu come back. I will go by Mom's decision." One was his wife's sister, and the other was his sister. It wouldn't be good for Shangguan Dehui to offend either of them. Shangguan Furong laughed and said, "I believe Mom would also like Lin Fong and Chang Yu." The group returned to the living room. Shangguan Furong subtly gave Lin Fong a reassuring look. Only then did Lin Fong relax. At that moment, footsteps echoed in the room. "Mom's back." Shangguan Furong stood up. Lin Fong and Chang Yu also stood up. The old lady of the Shangguan family had dressed specially in an elegant dress, brought by Ni Yang a couple of days ago, to meet her future daughter-in-law. Despite feeling a bit of a headache in the morning, it didn't affect her complexion. Shangguan Su held her arm as they slowly walked into the room. Since Chang Yu had taken an overt interest in Shangguan Su, She had been watching him all along and didn't notice the old lady of the Shangguan family beside him. Shangguan Su was very handsome. He was extraordinarily talented and elegant. He was even more impressive looking than the most desirable guy in their school, and Chang Yu gazed at him almost obsessively. Su Lian looked over with a dismissive gaze. A hint of displeasure flashed in her eyes. These mother and daughter really have unrestrained ambitions. She hoped that the elderly lady of the Shangguan family would see this clearly. They couldn't let these kinds of people step into the Shangguan family's threshold. Lin Fang looked at the old lady of the Shangguan family, slightly frowning. Why did she get the feeling that this old lady looked familiar? Had she seen her somewhere before? After all, they had only met at the clothing store 2 days ago, and she had been solely focused on Ni Yang at the time. She barely paid any attention to the old lady of the Shangguan family. It was normal for her to not remember her after 2 days. Could it be her imagination? A grand old lady like the one from the Shangguan family wasn't someone she would typically encounter. Mom, this is your future daughter-in-law, Lin Fang. This is her daughter, Chang Yu. Shangguan Farong held the old lady of the Shangguan family's arm, introducing them. In fact, even before they met, the old lady already had a good impression of Lin Fang. Otherwise, she wouldn't have dressed so formally. Old lady. Lin Fang greeted with a smile. Only then did Chang Yu snap out of it, diverting her attention from Shangguan Su and said politely, Grandma. Upon seeing her, Chang Yu also found the old lady of the Shangguan family somewhat familiar. Had she encountered this old lady somewhere? The old lady of the Shangguan family was advanced in age, and her eyesight wasn't so great. She hadn't gotten a good look at Lin Fang and Chang Yu from a distance earlier, so she now used this opportunity to take a closer look at these mother and daughter. Upon seeing them, the smile on the old lady's face froze in place. Lin Fang and Chang Yu might not remember her, but she vividly remembered Lin Fang and Chang Yu. After all, this mother and daughter were the first outrageous people she had encountered in her life. The type that nearly infuriated her to death. However, the old lady never expected that this mother and daughter would turn out to be her eagerly anticipated future daughter-in-law and granddaughter. How infuriating! The old lady suppressed her anger, her face cold. She said, So you are Lin Po's niece, Lin Fang? Lin Fang was somewhat perplexed by the sudden change in the grand old lady's attitude. Could it be that this old woman was mentally unstable? Chapter 523. Lin Fang and her daughter's dream of living in luxury shattered under Savor. Mingming was laughing just a second ago. Even though Lin Fang didn't want to go out of her way to please someone who was ignoring her, she still had to put on a smile and woo the Shangguan family's matriarch. Madam, my name is Lin Fang. Lin Hohat is my aunt, she said. Lin Fang was confident in her charm. She believed she could win over this old woman. Madam, I heard from my aunt that you're in your 60s, going on 70s, but you don't look a day over 40 or 50, she praised. Who doesn't enjoy a good compliment? If there's one skill Lin Fang lacks not, it's flattery. She knows exactly what everyone wants to hear. It's comparable to the old saying, speak the language of the listener. If the matriarch hadn't met Lin Fang at the clothing market, she would probably have been quite fond of this eloquent potential daughter-in-law. But now, all she felt was disdain. The old lady frowned and said nothing. The smile on Lin Fang's face began to falter. Sensing the mood growing tense, Shangguan she hurriedly intervened. Grandma, you must be tired after just coming back from the hospital, right? Please, take a seat. While speaking, she winked at Lin Fang. Madam, Lin Fang hastily interjected, there's nothing seriously wrong with you, is there? When I heard you'd gone to the hospital, I was beside myself with worry. So, did you die? Asked the old lady, looking at Lin Fang. Lin Fang. The atmosphere immediately plunged into awkward silence. Even Lin Fang, who was usually so suave and adept at handling social situations, found herself struggling to keep up. Didn't the old woman, Lin, say that Shangguan Farong was the most difficult person in the Shangguan family to get along with? Why was this old woman also so difficult to deal with? Shangguan Farong was unsure why her mother had suddenly changed her tune. She had seemed quite pleased with Lin Fang initially. Mom, Shangguan Farong began, Lin Fong is a very filial person, and she's even brought you a gift. That's right. Lin Fong confirmed, simultaneously unwrapping the present. Madam, this is a garment Xiaoye picked out for you. I'm not sure if it'll fit. The old lady glanced at the garment. True to her suspicions, it was the burgundy silk shirt. Shangguan's matriarch took the shirt, and a hint of a smile played across her lips. This shirt is made of real silk, isn't it? Seeing that the old lady finally smiled, Lin Fong felt a wave of relief wash over her. She flattered, Madam, you have excellent taste. This is indeed made of silk. You maintain your figure so well, I'm sure you'll look great in this shirt. Shangguan Farong hastily said, That's true, Mom. This shirt really matches your temperament. The smile on the old lattice face quickly faded as she tossed the shirt onto the table, scoffing, I'm just a small business owner. I can't afford such flashy clothes. At those words, Lin Fang's face drained of color, leaving her as pale as a ghost. Now she finally understood why the old woman seemed so familiar. She was the same one she'd encountered at the mall last time. Didn't they say that Ni Yang was just a small business owner with no real status or wealth? So why was she walking arm in arm with the old lady from the Shangguan family? And why were the two of them so intimate with each other? Lin Fong couldn't have imagined in her wildest dreams that the old lady she'd mocked before was none other than Shangguan's matriarch herself. If she had known that was the matriarch earlier, she would have been nothing but polite and done everything to make her happy. The reactions of Chang Yu and Lin Fong were identical. Her first thought was that she was doomed. Her second thought was that Ni Yang was trying to sabotage her. If it weren't for Ni Yang, she would never have made such a mistake. What should she do now? Baffled by the situation, Shangguan Farong asked, Mom, what are you talking about? Why are you upset all of a sudden? Exactly, why was she suddenly so angry? Shangguan Su and Shangguan Shi both turned their eyes to their grandmother. Even Shangguan Dehui was a bit puzzled. The old lady was usually very amiable with them and had never been so difficult to talk to before. The matriarch waved off Shangguan Furong's hand and turned to Shangguan Dehui. Dehui, she declared, I object to your association with this Lin Fong comrade. Before Shangguan Dehui could utter a word, Shangguan Farong demanded, Mom, you must be joking, right? Lin Fong is so talented and filial. How can you possibly object to that? Could Su Lian have been stirring the pot? Otherwise, considering the old lattice manners and etiquette, even if she truly objected, she would never humiliate Lin Fong in public. Chapter 524. Lin Fong and her daughter's dream of living in luxury shattered under 5. Shangguan Farong looked at Su Lian, a displeased light surfacing in her eyes. Mom, I think Lin Fong and my brother make a good match. Why not finalize the date today? If Su Lian did not agree, she would deliberately go against Su Lian. Upon hearing this, Lin Fong cast a grateful look at Shangguan Farong. She wasn't sure if Shangguan Farong could actually save her. Do you have any right to speak here? The old lady Shangguan looked at Shangguan Farong, her face filled with anger. Shangguan Farong suddenly fell silent, her face looking a bit unwell. Ever since she got married, the old lady Shangguan had rarely shown her any unpleasant expression. She did not expect that today she would treat her like this. The old lady Shangguan then said, Butler. Coming. The butler immediately walked over. Escort out comrade Lin Fong and her daughter. The Lin family does not welcome these kinds of people. The old lady Shangguan did not leave any face for Lin Fong and her daughter. Yes, old lady. The butler turned to look at Lin Fong and Chang Yu. Both of you, please. Wait a minute. The old lady Shangguan continued. Do you have any other orders, old lady? The butler turned back. Take their things as well. The old lady Shangguan continued. The butler immediately took the 2 items brought by Lin Fong. Lin Fong still felt unwilling. As she turned around, she walked over and grabbed the old lattice hand, explaining with a pale face, The old lady, let me explain, that day it really was a misunderstanding, I am not actually, go away. The old lady Shangguan was not a fool. How could she tolerate Lin Fong distorting the truth again? Butler. Yes, old lady. The butler immediately motioned to the other servants on the side. Before Lin Fang could react, she was already dragged away by the servants, leaving Shangguan Dehui, Shangguan Farong, Shangguan Shi, and Shangguan Su filled with doubt. But currently, the old lady Shangguan was furious, and none of them dared to speak. Dehui, come upstairs with me. After speaking, the old lady Shangguan turned and walked toward the study room upstairs. Shangguan Dehui hurried to follow her steps. Mom, what exactly is going on? Shangguan Dehui hesitated before asking. The old lady Shangguan continued, Are you asking me why I treated Lin Fang this way? Shangguan Dehui nodded. The old lady Shangguan continued, Then let me tell you properly, sit down first. Shangguan Dehui sat on a nearby stool. Only then did the old lady Shangguan talk about the incident that happened at the clothing market 2 days ago. Dehui, you cannot be deceived by that Lin Fang. A woman like that is not qualified to step through the gates of our Shangguan family. At her words, Shangguan Dehui frowned slightly. Lin Fang always appeared to be very good in front of me, showing much love and care. I really didn't think she was this kind of person. The old lady Shangguan now felt extremely relieved about her decision to go to the clothing market that day. Otherwise, they would not have discovered that Lin Fang and her daughter were these kinds of people. It's not too late to know. It's better to break off with her early. Shangguan Dehui nodded. You can rest assured about this. The old lady Shangguan rubbed her temples. All right, you can go downstairs now, I need to rest. Shangguan Dehui walked downstairs. As soon as he went downstairs, everyone eagerly surrounded him. Bro, what did Mom tell you? What did she mean? How did Lin Fang offend her to make her so angry? Or is someone intentionally causing discord? The last sentence had some biting implication attached. Su Lian was somewhat unhappy, but she did not stoop down to Furong's level. Shangguan Dehui said, Furong, watch your tone. No one is causing discord on purpose. This is Mom's own decision, and considering Lin Fang's character, she truly does not deserve to be the wife of our Shangguan family. Shangguan Shi, confused, said, Dad, what exactly happened? What did Auntie Lin do wrong? Shangguan Dehui then relayed the incident mentioned by the old lady Shangguan. Upon hearing this, the room fell silent. After a while, Shangguan Shi finally spoke. So Aunt Lin is that kind of person? I really didn't see it coming. Lady Shangguan was neither deaf nor blind, and she wouldn't speak without reason. Could it be that Mother has misunderstood? Didn't Lin Fang herself say that there's been a misunderstanding? Mother really? She didn't even let Lin Fang explain. How can you be so arbitrary? Shangguan Furong asserted. Lin Fang, this sister-in-law, was quite pleasing to Shangguan Fufang's eyes. First, her family background was admirable, as was her work. Secondly, she knew how to get along with people. She knew who were her own and who were outsiders. People like Su Lian were outsiders to her. Shangguan Furong cared a lot about her position in the Shangguan family. She didn't want Shangguan Dehui to marry a woman who didn't regard her highly. What if that woman was domineering? Then would she not have any say in the Shangguan family? Mother is not that kind of person. Shangguan Dehui added, Let's put an end to this matter. I will also explain it to Lin Fang. After all, Shangguan Dehui didn't have any emotional attachment towards Lin Fang. With such a thing happening, it had rather eased Shangguan Dehui's mind. At least, old lady Shangguan wouldn't hurriedly push him for quite some time. Brother, are you just giving up on Lin Fang? Shangguan Furong wasn't quite ready to give in. Shangguan Dehui simply nodded. Dehui, I'm very glad that you see the reality. Su Lian walked over from the side. I've been saying that Lin Fang is not a good person. Shangguan Furong couldn't stand Su Lian's smug expression at her success. Sister Su Lian, are you happy now? I'm just being honest. Of course, I'm naturally happy to keep Xiaoxiu and Xiaoxi away from such a terrible stepmother. Su Lian's family background was not bad either. She was not afraid of Shangguan Furong. She just didn't bother to quarrel with Shangguan Furong, because she knew Shangguan Furong, as an aunt, truly cared for Shangguan Su and Shangguan Shi. Shangguan Furong simply couldn't stand her, but, since she didn't live in the Shangguan house, she didn't need to take it to heart. The more Shangwan Furong thought about it, the more outraged she felt. I think Lin Fong is quite suitable to be my sister-in-law. I'll go upstairs and talk to my mother now. Lady Shangwan had this one precious daughter, and usually she listened to her daughter's words the most. Beijing is a very inclusive city, and it is home to people from all over the country. Although it was Wednesday, there was no shortage of people queuing up to apply for passports. Ni Yang had been in the queue for more than an hour, and there were still about 20 or 30 people in front of her. Ni Zuihua sat on the bench nearby, holding little Ni Yun in her arms, waiting for her. Little girl, what's the relation between that woman holding the kid and you? The middle-aged woman in line behind Ni Yang curiously asked her. That's my mother, and the baby she's holding is my sister. Ni Yang replied. The middle-aged woman was startled, then said, no wonder you guys look so alike. Turns out you're mother and daughter. Yes. Ni Yang nodded. You're also going to M country? The middle-aged woman continued. Yes. I'm also going to M country. The middle-aged woman excitedly said, we're really destined to meet, my girl. You must be going to M country to study abroad, aren't you? I'm going to M country to visit my son. This was the period when studying abroad was becoming popular. Rich families would choose to send their children to get an overseas experience, even if studying in a lesser-known college overseas was much better than studying in a famous college at home. Those were returnees. Could average college graduates compete with them? The middle-aged woman saw that Ni Yang was pretty and dressed well, so she guessed that Ni Yang was definitely going abroad to study. Ni Yang faintly smiled. We're not studying abroad. Then what are you guys going abroad for? We're going abroad for a vacation. Ni Yang replied softly. Chapter 525. My son has gone abroad. He is so amazing. _1 Going abroad for a vacation. At this time, although the trend of going overseas was just emerging, most people were going to work or study abroad. Those who went for a vacation were really few. That's why when Ni Yen just said she wasn't going for studies, the older woman subconsciously thought she was going to work abroad. It was really something to lament about, thinking how she was going out to work at such a young age. Turns out she's going for a vacation. The middle-aged woman went on. Little girl, you are really a good and filial daughter. When are you planning to depart? Ni Yen smiled and said, we're probably leaving the day after tomorrow. The middle-aged woman said, if nothing unexpected happens, I might also be on the plane the day after tomorrow. If we happen to meet, we can go together. Ni Yen nodded, sure. The crowd gradually surged, and it was the middle-aged woman's turn soon, followed by Ni Yan's. Not only Ni Zuihua and Ni Yen needed to get their passports, little Ni Yun also had to receive hers. Getting a passport requires taking photos. This was the first time Ni Zuihua was getting photographed. She was a bit nervous seeing the others take photos, not knowing where to put her hands. Ni Yen took little Ni Yun from Ni Kuihua's arms. Mom, it's just a photo, you don't need to be nervous. Not nervous. Ni Zuihua nodded, walking to the light blue curtain. Smile, the photographer reminded. Ni Zuihua smiled, age 37. She had taken good care of herself over the past year. Her skin appeared smooth and moisturized, her figure also well-toned. Wearing a light blue plaid suit with black pants, she didn't look her age. You wouldn't think she's the mother of 2 children. Yes, just like that, hold that pose. The camera captured the perfect moment. The photographer also silently admired Ni Kuihua's beauty. Ni Zuihua quickly came out to replace Ni Yen. The photographer, who was still in awe over Ni Kuihua's beauty, was stunned when he saw Ni Yen. Oh my goodness! She is so beautiful. Just sitting there, her face needs no expression to be the most appealing sight. After Ni Yen left, the photographer and the staff discussed. The young lady just now was so beautiful. What's her name? The staff checked the file in his hand. Her name is Ni Yen. The woman who took photos before her seems to be her mother. No wonder both mother and daughter are so beautiful. It's probably what they call genes in biology. After successfully completing their passports, the mother and daughter left the police station. Ni Yen brought Ni Zuihua to the home appliance market. Yang, why are we here? Enai Tsuehua was a bit curious. To buy a camera. Enai Yen replied. Why do we need that? To take photos. Enai Yen grinned. Mom, we're going on a vacation. Of course, we should buy a camera. Enai Tsuehua nodded. This store seems pretty good. Enai Tsuehua followed Enai Yen inside. Because both mother and daughter were well-dressed and very beautiful, they received a very warm welcome as soon as they entered. Ladies, please come inside. Are you looking to buy a camera? The shop assistant was a young man. Enai Yen nodded. Do you have Nikon cameras? Seagull cameras, which originated in the early 1950s, are our country products with excellent resolution and are the most popular cameras of this era. Yes, we do. The employee continued. Is this for family or professional use? Show me your newest model, said Enai Yen. The newest model? This young lady seems pretty wealthy. The shop assistant immediately brought out the newest model. This is Nikon's newest model FM2, small and easy to carry, great resolution. If you decide to purchase it, we can throw in a camera bag. Nikon FM2 is seriously every camera enthusiast's dream in the 80s. How much is this? Enai Tsuehua asked. This is 3,800 yuan. 3,800 yuan? This figure somewhat scared Enai Tsuehua. She initially thought the camera would cost 700 to 1,000 yuan at most. She didn't expect it to be as expensive as 3,800 yuan. By the way, do you have any foreign exchange coupons? The shop assistant continued to ask. During this period, free trade for imported goods was not implemented. They were only purchasable with foreign exchange coupons. The foreign exchange coupons were only recalled and ceased usage in 1995. Yes. Enai Yen nodded. Although foreign exchange coupons were hard to come by in this era, Mo Chishan had connections, so Enai Yen didn't lack foreign exchange coupons. Chapter 526. My son has gone abroad. He is so amazing. _2. Let me take a look at the camera. Enai Yang continued. The employee handed over the camera to Enai Yang. The Nikon FM2's body is indeed quite compact. It has very clear pixels, and can take both black and white and color pictures. Enai Yang made the payment to the employee after confirming that the camera was alright. Stepping out of the store, Enai Yang randomly took a few shots of the street, then turned to Enai Tsuehua and said, Mom, I'll take a picture of you and Yun too. There's nothing worth photographing. Enai Tsuehua was a bit embarrassed. Just one picture, it's no big deal. Enai Yang lifted the camera and took a shot. Enai Yang then put the camera around Enai Kuihua's neck and took little Enai Yun from her. Mom, can you take a picture of Yun and me? Enai Tsuehua laughingly said, I don't know how to. Enai Yang replied, I'll teach you, it's very simple. Cameras from the 80s only had two functions, taking photos and recording videos. Enai Tsuehua, being an intelligent woman, learned it in a single attempt. Yang, move a bit to the side, and Yun, give us a smile. Little Enai Yun immediately broke into a grin. After taking the picture, Enai Tsuehua exclaimed, People nowadays are really capable, they even invented cameras. Enai Yang laughed. Cameras were not invented recently, they've been around since the late Qing dynasty. The first one was just a light-proof box. In 1906, American George Shiras was the first to use a flashlight, and in 1913, a German man by the name of Oskar Barnack developed the world's first 135 camera. Enai Tsuehua exclaimed in surprise, So cameras existed even before I was born? Yes. Enai Yang nodded. Enai Tsuehua had only known about farming in the first half of her life. She was completely unaware of China's rapid development. If it hadn't been for her family making her work in the fields to earn work points, she might have had her feet bound. After buying the camera, Enai Yen went to 4 noodle restaurants and a milk tea shop, collected the day's earnings, and went to deposit it at the bank. Miss Enai has arrived. The teller was already familiar with Enai Yang. Sister Tian. The counter lady, Tian Saixia, was 22 years old, a little older than Enai Yang. Are you making a deposit today? Tian Saixia asked. Yes. Enai Yang handed the inconspicuous plastic bag to Tian Saixia. Ni Yang was probably the most calm depositor Tian Saixia had ever seen. Every time she came to deposit, she would carry the money in an old plastic bag, as if it was filled with useless waste paper instead of money. Unlike some other depositors who, even with only a few hundred yuan, would wrap their money in several layers, their level of anxiety made it seem like everyone was out to rob them. After counting all the money, Tian Saixia continued, "Miss and I, there's a total of 40,000 yuan. Yes." Ni Yang nodded. "Also, help me exchange 3,000 yuan into USD. So that's 24,000 yuan in RMB? Tian Saixia asked uncertainly. "Yes." After exchanging the money into USD, Tian Saixia asked further, "Miss Ni, are you planning a trip to M country?" Ni Yang gave a slight smile. "Yes, I'm planning to go for a few days." Tian Saixia expressed her jealousy. "It's so good to be rich. You can travel wherever you want." Although Ni Yang was a private enterprise owner, she was richer than any of those with a secure job. Those with stable jobs may seem better off and respected, but they are not as free as individual entrepreneurs. Furthermore, Tian Saixia had a gut feeling that in the future, people's perception of individual entrepreneurs would definitely change. Lin Feng didn't know how she got home. She was devastated, seeing herself on the verge of marrying into a wealthy family, yet such a thing had to happen at a crucial moment. "It's all your fault, you wretched girl. If it wasn't for you picking on that entrepreneur, would Madame Shangguan have such a big issue with me? I've told you many times, don't stir up trouble. If you want to make trouble for yourself, at least don't drag me into it." Furious, Lin Feng slapped Chang Yu hard across the face. Chang Yu's face immediately turned red and swollen from the slap, making a horrifying sight. "It's all Ni Yang's fault, blame that little bitch." Holding her face, Chang Yu angrily cursed at Ni Yang, blaming all her failures on her. If it wasn't for Ni Yang, she would never have offended Madame Shangguan. "And you dare to blame others?" Lin Feng landed another slap on Chang Yu's other cheek. "If it wasn't for you, I would be discussing marriage with Shangguan Dehui now." Chapter 527. My son has gone abroad, he is so amazing. _3. Lin Feng is such a person. When nothing happens, she is as kind as a loving mother could be. But when things go wrong, she turns her back on everyone. If it harms Lin Feng's interests, even a mother-daughter relationship won't prevent her from being merciless. "I'm sorry, Mum, I'm sorry." Blood trickled from Chang Yu's mouth, distorting her words. "Go stand facing the wall and reflect on your actions." Lin Feng pointed at the wall. "Go now." Chang Yu walked to the wall, knelt down, and began to self-reflect. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. Lin Feng tidied her hair and went to open the door. The visitor was Grandma Lin, who couldn't wait to say, Feng, what happened? Is the matter settled?" "It's off." Lin Feng's face looked very unpleasant. "Off?" Grandma Lin was amazed. It was supposed to be a done deal. Why would it fall through? With that said, she noticed Chang Yu kneeling by the wall and asked, "Why is Xiaoye still kneeling there? Have you punished her?" "You ask her yourself what good things she has done." Grandma Lin sighed. "No matter what she has done, you can't punish her like this." As she said this, she walked up to Chang Yu and exclaimed in surprise, "What happened to Xiaoye's face? Feng, did you hit her?" "Hitting her was a light punishment. I wish I could throttle her." Lin Feng was burning with anger and couldn't control her temper. "You can't say such things." Grandma Lin helped Chang Yu up and reassured her, "Get up, Xiaoye, don't be afraid, your mom is just joking." Without Lin Feng giving the order, Chang Yu didn't dare to get up. Grandma Lin went on, Feng, what exactly happened?" "You ask her." Lin Feng sneered at Chang Yu. "Xiaoye, tell Aunt Grandma what exactly happened?" Grandma Lin looked at Chang Yu. Chang Yu only cried and refused to utter a word. How was she supposed to explain? It was Ni Yang who wanted to harm her, but Lin Feng didn't believe her and even beat her. Why won't Ni Yang just die? Lin Feng angrily said, "Just now, weren't you asking me why things fell through? It's all thanks to this damned girl." Lin Feng wished she could slap Chang Yu again. Grandma Lin said, Feng, Calm down, let's talk slowly. As far as she saw it, how could a child's mistake affect the dealings between adults? The Shangguan family was probably trying to scare Lin Fang. Once she apologized to Grandma Shangguan, everything would be fine again. After all, the Shangguan family had been so satisfied with Lin Fang before. Under Grandma Lin's persuasion, Lin Fang gradually calmed down. Auntie, I'm even embarrassed to talk about this incident. This wretched girl truly is a menace. Speak up, then I can figure out what to do. Lin Fang sighed and recounted the incident that happened in the clothing market. Hearing the course of events again made Chang Yu tremble with anger. Grandma Lin's face also darkened. It wouldn't be too bad if they offended anyone else in the Shangguan family, but they had to offend Grandma Shangguan of all people. Disastrous. You really messed things up. Grandma Lin continued, but it's not entirely Xiaoya's fault. You're the one to blame. Xiaoya is still just a kid and sometimes can't control her emotions, but you're an adult. Rather than stopping Xiaoya's impudence, you went along with it. Now that there is a problem, you want to shift the blame onto Xiaoya. Is this how a mother should behave? Lin Fang's face turned pale. Grandma Lin continued, since it has already happened, it's no use regretting it now. By the way, what is Shangguan Dihui's attitude now? Did he say anything to you? Lin Fang replied, what can he say? Of course, he sides with that old lady. Grandma Lin frowned slightly. Having been together with Shangguan Dihui for so long, don't the two of you have any feelings for each other? Lin Fang remained silent. She and Shangguan Dihui hadn't even held hands before. How could they have any feelings for each other? Lin Fang knew very well that the only thing Shangguan Dihui valued about her was her virtuous and gentle disposition. Didn't anyone in the Shangguan family speak up for you? Didn't you explain to Grandma Shangguan? That old lady wouldn't listen to me at all. But Shangguan Farong did say a few things in my favor. Upon hearing this, hope sprang up in Grandma Lin's eyes. Then this matter might have a turning point. Are you free tomorrow morning? Chapter 528. My son has gone abroad. He is so amazing. _4. Yes. Lin Fang nodded. Old Lady Lin continued. Tomorrow morning, bring the ice skin jade along. We'll pay a visit to Shangguan Furong's house together. Hearing this, Lin Fang immediately found her backbone. All right, Auntie, I'll listen to you. Old Lady Lin nodded. You're not allowed to hit children anymore. Do you understand? Lin Fang sighed. Xiaoya is my daughter. You think I wanted to hit her? I was just too angry. No matter how angry you are, you cannot hit your child in such a way. Old Lady Lin said. Okay, I get it. Lin Fang went over to help Chang Yu up, looking at her swollen face. With a twinge of heartache, she asked, Xiaoya, are you okay? I'm okay. Chang Yu shook her head. The next day, accompanied by Old Lady Lin, Lin Fang paid a visit to the Zhao family home. Shangguan Furong's husband's family, the Zhao family, were also wealthy. Their villa was no less splendid than the Shangguan family's residence. After the servant announced their arrival, Old Lady Lin and Lin Fang waited for quite some time before meeting Shangguan Furong. Old Lady Lin, what brings you here? Shangguan Furong emerged from her house. Furong. Lin Fang immediately approached. Shangguan Furong looked up at Lin Fang, her eyes revealing disappointment at Lin Fang's lack of coping skills. She had high hopes for her sister-in-law. Lin Fang was beautiful, her family background was good, her job was decent, and she was good at being sociable. Who would know that Lin had managed to upset the matriarch of the Shangguan family? Shangguan Furong tried to mediate for a long time, but the old lady was not giving in. She was at a loss for what to do. Shangguan Furong did not mince words. If you're here about that matter, you might as well not mention it. My mother has made up her mind. 10 oxen could not pull it back. Old Lady Lin laughed. In all of Beijing, who doesn't know that the old lady listens to you? If you put in a few good words for us, perhaps the old lady might agree. This statement was somewhat flattering, and Shangguan Furong was very pleased to hear it. It's useless, although my mother listens to me, she's not a puppet on a string and won't listen to everything I say. Old Lady Lin sighed. In reality, Xiaoya was under the influence of others that day. She's not usually like that. Could you help explain a bit? Whether the old lady listens or not doesn't matter, just as long as you help clarify things. Fong Fong is too innocent. If I had been there yesterday, I would not have let the old lady have such a deep misunderstanding. For this matter, we're counting on you. We're leaving first. Old Lady Lin put the gift box of ice skin jade on the table and led Lin Fong out. Wait! Shangguan Furong spoke again. Old Lady Lin and Lin Fong stopped in their tracks. Take your stuff with you. Shangguan Furong indicated the gift box on the table. Old Lady Lin laughed. Once a gift is given, how could it be taken back? Please accept it. Even if Fong Fong can't become your sister-in-law, you two could still become friends. Although Shangguan Furong quite liked ice skin jade, she knew when to be practical. Take it back. I don't like repeating things several times. If she accepted the gift, it would change the nature of the conversation. Hearing this, Old Lady Lin had no choice but to take the gift box back. A fleeting shadow passed over Lin Fang's eyes. Watching their retreating figures, Shangguan Furong spoke again. Regarding my mother, I will try to explain a few things for you. As for whether it will work, that's up to my mother. Shangguan Furong was truly satisfied with Lin Fong, because Lin Fong was easy to control. In this day and age, it was quite difficult to find such a pliable person. Her previous sister-in-law, Su Fun, had not been so accommodating, which was why Shangguan Furong didn't like her very much. Lin Fong was overjoyed. Thank you, Furong. Shangguan Furong said, until things are settled, you should call me Mrs. Zhao. A hint of embarrassment flashed across Lin Fang's face. All right, Mrs. Zhao. As the two of them left the Zhao family home, Lin Fong turned to Old Lady Lin. Auntie, do you think there's still hope for this matter? It's hard to say. Old Lady Lin said, judging by Shangguan Furong's attitude, the old Mrs. Shangguan is truly angry this time. Lin Fong sighed. Old Lady Lin continued, don't be too upset. I'll keep an eye out for other prospects for you during this time. We can't hang ourselves on one tree. Lin Fong nodded. With Lin Fang's current conditions, it would not be difficult for her to marry, but if she wanted to find another wealthy family like the Shangguans, it would be a bit more challenging. Chapter 529. My son has gone abroad. He is so amazing. _5. Today was the day before Ni Yang's departure abroad, so she decided to cook a grand dinner. After all, it would be hard to get authentic Chinese food overseas. She was riding her bike home when she bumped into Gooden's sister, Li Ronghua. Li Ronghua was 22 years old this year. She stopped attending school after the first year of junior high due to poor grades when she was 14. Currently, she managed Ni Yang's third skincare store. Her family's financial conditions had improved, and she dressed more stylishly with a red blazer, black leggings, a pair of little leather shoes, and a high ponytail, looking spirited and beautiful. The store manager's salary was 105 yuan per month. Even her friends who graduated from university couldn't earn a salary that high. Li Ronghua was truly grateful to Ni Yang. Yang. Sister Ronghua. Ni Yang firmly applied her bike brakes and jumped off. Yang, didn't you say you were going to country? Why haven't you left yet? Asked Li Ronghua. Ni Yang answered with a smile, the plane is at 9:30 tomorrow morning. An airplane? Li Ronghua revealed a longing look. I have never been on a plane before. Yang, when you return, you must describe to me what it feels like to be on a plane. Sure. Ni Yang nodded. By the way, Yang, could you do me a favor? Asked Li Ronghua. Just tell me, Sister Ronghua. Li Ronghua continued, my boyfriend always wanted a Parker pen. It's not available for purchase here in our country. Could you help me buy one from country? Here is 200 yuan. Take it with you. If it's not enough, I will cover the rest when you return. Parker pens from country were quite renowned and a dream come true for many university students. Li Ronghua's boyfriend was a university student. She really loved him, or else she wouldn't be willing to spend 200 yuan. Over the years, Shed subsidized her boyfriend a significant sum of money. Ni Yang accepted the money. All right, I'll keep an eye out for it. Thank you, Yang. Ni Yang continued. By the way, Sister Ronghua, what year is your boyfriend in now? He has repeated 2 years and is now a sophomore. Li Ronghua answered. Oh. And I Yang nodded. You really treat your boyfriend well, Sister Ronghua. Li Ronghua happily laughed. My boyfriend treats me very well too. And I Yang continued. If you gave him such an expensive pen, he must have given you many things too, hasn't he? 200 yuan. Li Ronghua wasn't even that generous towards her own parents usually. Li Ronghua casually said, He's still a student. What money could he possibly have? But he has promised me that once he graduates and finds a job, he'll give me the best things in the world. Li Ronghua continued, All right, Yang, I won't keep you. My boyfriend and I agreed to meet at the city library. As she finished her comment, Li Ronghua hurried off. And I Yang continued to ride her bike. Once she was home, and I Yang started preparing dinner. She planned to cook roasted chicken, sour soup with enoki mushrooms, boiled meat, hot and sour cucumbers, fried shrimp with green peas, and boiled carrots with mushrooms in the evening. In particular, fried shrimp with green peas was a breast-enhancing dish. Sour soup with enoki mushrooms helped prevent ulcers in the stomach and intestines. The iron content in enoki mushrooms was 20 times that of spinach, and its high fiber content facilitated metabolism. Boiled carrots with mushrooms was an excellent dish for slimming and weight loss. The Compendium of Materia Medica had once stated that carrots could rid the body of illness, nourishing the body. They were good for the heart, stomach, and viscera, as well as induced a good appetite. When cooked with mushrooms, the dish was effective in slimming and losing weight. Since she was about to leave the country, her last meal at home not only needed to taste good but also needed to be nutritious. The changes brought about by the nourishment of food and skincare over the year were palpable not only on Ni Zuihua and Ni Chingay but also were immensely impactful. If she hadn't seen them every day, Ni Yang would have almost thought they were completely different people. Of course, the change in Ni Yang herself was not insignificant. During dinner, Ni Zuihua had even opened a bottle of white wine and drank to toast a few glasses with Ni Chingay. The next morning, Ni Yang and Ni Zuihua left the house with her luggage. Chirp! Just as they stepped out, Duo flew onto Ni Yang's shoulder and rubbed its little head against Ni Yang's chin, as if showing affection. Duo, be good, go back. We will be back soon. Auntie and I will feed you in the meantime. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.